Thank you. At this time, we'll call to order the meeting of September 6th, 2022. City Attorney, is there anything you want to say before we move to closed session?
Yes, the closed session items this evening are: one, consultation of public employment, GC code 54957, public employee performance evaluation, title city manager. Item number two, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9B, one case.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor, we don't.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes. Motion carries. This time, we're going to resume the meeting of September 6, 2022. Ms. Morales, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Roll call, please.
Councilmember Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Here.
Councilmember Morales. Here. Councilmember Burns.
Here.
And Mayor Velazquez. The agenda for the City Council of the City of Hollister regular City Council meeting of September 6, 2022 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on August 31st, 2022 at 5:45 PM per Government Code Section 54956.0.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, will you please report up in closed session?
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. We're going to now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
Mayor, A6, please.
A6. Do we have any from the public?
For the consent agenda, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt the consent agenda as presented by staff other than item A6, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The motion is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. We'll move now to item A6. Do you have a question on Mr. Burns?
Actually, it's more of a comment. And so while I support the recommendation, I try to stay out of wordsmithing, but I'm going to recommend in this instance and in future instances where the line says the city manager with the power to appoint. I'm going to recommend that that's a buzzword for me, power. And so I'm going to recommend that in this and future publications that we go and stop using the word power and start using the word authority. I know it's minor, but I think it makes a big difference. And so that would be my recommendation to council. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And I just want to go on the record. I'm not going to support this. I don't support it because we just moved the city clerk under the city council. And then now we're moving them back. So for me, I feel like we didn't give it enough time to see what's working. And I just feel like oftentimes we do that in government. We try one thing, but we don't give it enough time to really see how it works or not. So I'm not going to be supporting that this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 6, ordinance number 1215 with a amendment to change the word from power to authority. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The motion is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Against?
No.
Aye. The motion carries 3-2. We'll now move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mayor, we have a number of speaker cards. We'll start with Mark Sterrett.
I won the lottery. I get to get out of here early. Thank you. Mark Starrett, 505 Toronto Court. Got a little story to tell. It's kind of boring. Nobody dies, no sex, but it's something I think the council should be concerned about, and that is an abuse of power by a city employee or employees. I don't really know which. In regards to the Hollister Airport, a quick background of mine. I first moved to the airport in the late 70s. Occupied hangar 11B, 1985, still occupy that hangar. Even though I'm on the airport commission, CAL FIRE pretty much came in with a presentation which was accepted by at that time the airport manager. And we're all in favor of CAL FIRE. I'm not saying that, but they brought a Black Hawk helicopter in and they planted it on a temporary parking area on these plastic tiles, and it's right across from my hangar. And helicopters are the neighbor from hell. There's no question about it. They're not nice to deal with. And CAL FIRE came in and they did a minor demonstration where they taxied the helicopter around, did real slowly, brought it off the pad over the taxiway Bravo on the runway 31. And everybody thought, hey, this is great. Well, they weren't doing that. They were taking off directly off the pad, blasting stuff in the air. So I went in to the airport office there and complained, hey, they're not doing it like they said. I got photos, I got video of this. They're blasting off this pad, making a real mess, throwing rocks everywhere. That didn't go anywhere. So I went in and talked to Brett Miller, had an appointment with him and discussed that with him. And he agreed that we should find another location. There's only one spot, according to Tony, we're at the airport, and that's the only spot this helicopter can land. Long story short, after making the complaint, I went through channels. I was polite. I get an eviction notice, and I think that is out of line. I've been, like I say, I've been on that airport for 45 years. I'm a member of EAA, Hollister Airmen's. I'm a flight instructor. I'm on the airport commission, and I get an eviction notice. Very embarrassing. So I'd like to get down to the bottom of it. Bottom line is, I asked Tony who's responsible for it. She says she's above her pay grade. Brett Miller did it. And I asked Brett who did it, and Brett tells me the city attorney did it. So I'm looking at like, I know somebody did this, and I'm not happy with it, and I think I deserve. Number one, I want to make sure this doesn't happen to me or anybody else again. That's my complaint. If you guys want to put it on the agenda, I'd be happy to come in here and talk for another couple hours on that, but I don't think you enjoy that either. But bottom line is, I feel my rights were taken advantage of it, and I didn't appreciate it. And it finally settled itself out through no fault of, I don't know who. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Lester Wickman.
My comment has to do with item E. You want me to speak now?
No, you could wait. That would
No.
have to be on item E then.
Item E.
Yeah.
Natalie Day.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Day, and I had different agenda. But seeing all these fresh faces on the city council, I decided to give you some background as to what I do for the city of Hollister. I run all the feral cat clinics that have been funded by the city. I organize, trap, house, clean, feed 40 cats every month. It's about a 4 or 5 day process. We trap a couple days in advance. We house the cats. We have the event. We house the cats again that night, make sure everybody comes out of anesthesia okay, and then they get released the following day. That's usually a 4 to 5 day process. I do that. Cat Crew does that. Marina Gordon does that. Petapalooza does that. And we all volunteer our time for the city of Hollister. And we have been doing so for the past 4 years. Our work is responsible for fixing over 1,000 feral cats in this town, and we still have tons of work to do. We aren't 501c3 statuses. I'm just a private citizen who was walking down the street one day about 5 years ago and saw a skinny orange cat. And the rest is like history. You know, I traced that cat back to where a woman was hoarding, and, you know, I don't mind doing it. I do it without remorse and with gratitude. But I also want to be appreciated, right? I don't like to be attacked on social media for what I do or say. Because I know for a fact what was told to me by a member of your council regarding the clinics, and now it's not, it's being pushed to a different issue. My issue, I work for the cats. I'm not affiliated with SNP, and my only capacity is I volunteer. I don't get paid by anybody to do what I do. 5 days out of every month for however many clinics you guys have been. That's a lot of my time, my sweat, and my tears. And we do it for free. I just want to be acknowledged, like we do that for free. And if we didn't, you guys would be paying for that, because you can't just like say, oh, to heck with it, and let the cats breed and run all over, and have your ranchers and people that own businesses in the hotels just let them run free. I don't want to fight anybody. I don't want to fight for funds. I don't want to fight for the animals. I don't want to fight for the right to go on a property of a hoarder and remove dying animals from their yard. I don't want to have to fight to do that. I fight with the hoarders. I fight with you guys. I fight with the county. I don't want to fight. I just want to work and save animals. That's all I want to do. Thank you.
Autumn Salinas.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Autumn Salinas, and I'm a Girl Scout of Troop 23403 here in Hollister, and I'm an ambassador trying to earn my Girl Scout Gold Award. I've come to you today to explain what my Gold Award project will be, just to give you guys some information, so that way in the future you guys can approve this, because it does have to go through you. My project will be mapping and graphing the Veterans Memorial tiles in front of the Veterans Memorial Hall. We would like to place, well, I would like to have a directory place. You guys have blue ones all around town, showing people where to go, where different important places are, and I would like to have that placed on the south side of the tiles. Now, the project consists of me adding letters to the sides of the tiles and numbers down on the bottom, creating a graphing system, and then that graph will correlate to a map that will be placed in the directory. Many members of Hollister pay for these tiles, so that way veterans of San Bernardino County can be recognized for their service after they have passed. And most of the time they have problems trying to find this, since there's so many tiles. And I believe that if you pay for this, you should be able to find it quick and easy, not take your time and have to go through every single tile. So I believe with this system, it'll be an easier way to be able to find your loved one's tile and be able to acknowledge it. And with this directory being placed there, I hope that more people stop by and acknowledge these tiles and understand why they're there, because most people just pass by and they're confused on why these tiles are there. They don't take the time to acknowledge them. But with this directory and with this system in place, it'll be a lot easier to find your loved one's tiles and to acknowledge why they are there. I would like for the directory to be placed on the south side. There's already one on the north side, but we would like one placed on the south side so we can do this on the Vietnam Memorial side. I've spoken with the commander and the building manager, and they think this is a great idea. They want to follow through with this. It does need your approval, which I know I can't get that right now, but I'm hoping for this. Again, this will be my Gold Award, which is the highest level a Girl Scout can earn, and truly an honor. And I've been working with the VFW, doing community service with them, and this will be another way of me giving back to them and supporting them with all they do. Yes, I also have copies of my presentation if you guys would like, just to give you guys some more information on what it is.
Excellent. Thank you so much. You can bring it up, or you can give it to the city clerk. City attorney, then we'll get them a little later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. That's a great plan.
Alex Reichstadt.
Hello. So on the 8th of July, the police came with 4 officers of animal protection and 1 police officer and kind of invaded our home, raided, you would think who were or not animal, but people traffickers or something like that. And it was the result of many things that compounded into the situation. And we had the feeling that why we
Hey,
act.
sir, if you can hang out for a second, I think this might be on the agenda. We're going to check real quick.
Part of it is,
Oh, if it is, so we're
Yes.
gonna have to wait for that, when that item comes. up.
this is not the item itself, because I see that the code is part of this.
Yes, so when that item comes up, that conversation can be had. If any part of this, of your, what you're saying is on that agenda, we can bring that whole conversation up at that point.
You want to?
Would that be correct, city attorney?
That's correct. If it's related to how animals are seized under the code, the proper time would be during that public hearing.
And that'd be coming up. All right,
And that's kind of doubtful, because the letter of the law was still there, regardless of whether it's clear or not, how it's executed, and actually then
right.
a
and we'll
warrant of
have that-
abatement being issued.
We'll have that conversation at that point.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Policy.
Thank you.
And we have one person on Zoom, Emily Gottlieb. She's not on. Oh, she left us. So that's the last public comment speaker I have.
Thank you. We'll now move to, or do we have any other speakers here? Is that it? Thank you. We'll move now to item D1, city manager's report.
Yeah, if, oh, they left, but if Miss Salinas could work with me, I will get it on the agenda and discuss the project, but that was all.
Sounds interesting. Okay, we'll go now to item D2.
Nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item D1.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Eva Kelly. I'm the interim planning manager with the Development Services Department. Tonight, item E1 before you is a request for an introduction of an ordinance to amend the zoning map and pre-zone 3 properties, which are located off of Los Altos Drive and Hillcrest Road, which are north of El Dorado Drive, east of Trinity Drive, and west of Los Altos Road, which are identified as APN 020-460-035, 020-460-036, as well as 020-120-064. The total acreage of the 3 sites is a little over 3 acres at 3.35 acres. And the City of Hollister City Council authorized the initiation of the pre-zone for these 3 parcels at the March 21st, 2021 City Council meeting. And then the applicant subsequently applied for an application, and at the June 23rd, 2022 Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission recommended to the City Council the adoption of an ordinance of pre-zoning these parcels to R1 LPZ, which is our low density residential performance overlay zoning district. As indicated in your staff report, we've received several written public comments about this project, several of which were attached in your application, but we did receive an email from Mr. Alex Siwak on August 15th, as well as another email from Mr. Alex Siwak on September 6th, so this morning, which you should have a copy of, that was with regards to this project. And then just to state, at the August 25th, 2022 Planning Commission meeting, we also had several speakers from the neighborhood come speak for items not on the Planning Commission agenda. Generally, the concerns of the neighbors were that they were included in this pre-zoning. Staff assured them that they were not a part of this pre-zoning application at this time. There was a recommendation by the staff at both the initiation as well as to identify that recommendation to the Planning Commission during their consideration of the pre-zone for a larger boundary to make a cleaner city limit boundary. However, that is not what's on the agenda tonight. It is just the 3 parcels that were authorized to initiate by the council. With that, the Planning Commission's recommendation to you tonight is to hold a public hearing and then read by title only, waive full reading and introduce the ordinance on the agenda, as well as schedule a second reading and adoption of this ordinance for the following city council meeting, which is the Tuesday, September 19th, 2022 city council meeting.
Thank you. Any questions?
Oh, Monday, sorry.
And I'm glad you clarified the other part of the other properties. That I was a little concerned that we were talking about something different, but
Yes, just the three are on the agenda tonight. Those are the only that have been authorized to initiate the pre-zoning process.
thank you. All right. Do you have a question, comment?
Yeah, so if we, and I apologize for my ignorance. So if we are receiving a lot of correspondence, a lot of public comment about not including the other parcels, why are we only moving with the three and not incorporating comments, or can you tell me a little bit more about what the issues, why we wouldn't do that? Can you just explain a little bit more in terms of the
Sure.
concerns and how we're problem solving? Are there issues, legal issues that we need to be made aware of?
Sure. So to kind of start addressing that question, I'll go over briefly the annexation process. So in the city of Hollister, we require, before someone can actually submit an application to pre-zone for future annexation, which is the actual zoning requirement prior to annexation, the city council has to authorize the initiation of that pre-zone, which is essentially the applicant requests that the city council allow them to submit an application to annex. So at the March 21st, 2021 meeting, the city council authorized the initiation of pre-zone for only the three parcels. However, staff's recommendation at that time was that the city council consider a larger boundary because it went cleanly up from the current city limits at the back of Cobblestone Court and then extended across Hillcrest Road cleanly to the current city limit line at Hillcrest Road. However, that was not approved. So there's never been an application submitted to pre-zone the additional parcels. I believe the total was 32. The current application is for 3 of those parcels within that 32. And then after the initiation is approved, which was again, just for the 3, then the applicant can actually apply for the pre-zone. And then that is the application that's reviewed by city staff. We look at the plan for services, and then we come to the planning commission, who then makes a recommendation on the ordinance to the city council, which is what's here tonight before you. So at the planning commission meeting, because the planning commission doesn't hear the initiation, staff posed to them our initial recommendation for their consideration. We said, we recommend that you recommend to the council a consideration of a different boundary. They agreed with the council's original initiation, and they're recommending you pre-zone just the 3 parcels tonight.
But why the council decided not to go with the planning recommendation?
I believe it had to do with both the fact that the other neighbors would have to be brought into the process, in which staff, as well as LAFCO staff, LAFCO is the local agency formation commission, they approve actual boundary changes. So we had offered and would of course still offer to hold community meetings if that initiation request was authorized. However, there was also a consideration of CEQA costs, environmental review costs, and this is not creating an actual island, which is illegal under LAFCO law, but it is just creating a potential peninsula that could be an issue in future annexations in the area. But it's not creating an actual legal issue. Staff was just recommending a cleaner boundary.
This time we will open public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Lester Wickman.
I'm Lester Wickman. I own property in the county at 90 El Dorado and next door to this pre-annexation that you're considering. I attended the last 2 planning committees, one in June, one here the 25th. And first I found out that for 2 years, you've been anticipating annexing our county properties. And you never notified us. That pissed me off more than anything else. I don't like you doing things behind my back like most people, I'm sure. But anyway, I'm one of the 8 that came here last, the 25th, your last planning committee. And let you know, I do not want to be part of the city. We bought into the county for a reason. So we got that straightened out. That's not going to be at this time. I understand that. But if you're going to look at it again in the future, tell us sooner than later. Don't be pulling some crap behind our back that we find out, get all upset about, that we could have handled a lot easier. So why I'm here tonight is I'm trying to find out, I'm doing research on what's the definition of a lot of your terminology, your acronyms, your abbreviations. It's kind of like a lay person trying to read a physician's history and physical. It's foreign language. So I've been doing all this research and trying to find out what all these things mean. So if you could tell me what is the definition, and I looked it up, and after I looked it up, I still don't know. Low density residential performance overlay zoning district. I don't speak Greek. I understand it's 1 to 6 or 1 to 8. I spoke with Ann tonight, Ann Hall. She was very informative. Thank you. Give me some information, but main thing I want to say at this point before I run out of time is that I want to make a point of asking that you don't build 2-story homes next to my property line to where we lose all our privacy in our backyards. That was an issue when you did the Hillcrest development. Same thing. They all put 2-story homes where everybody, it just lose the privacy of your own property. I own a half acre there. I've been there for 38 years. It's really difficult to have all these neighbors move in around us where we've only had hay fields for the last 38 years. Those properties have been there for 50 years. So we're adjusting to it, but I would respectfully request that you don't put 2-story houses up next to us to where we lose all our privacy in our backyard. And the other thing I would respectfully ask is that you keep the public informed. A neighborhood meeting would have meant so much to us to understand that this was something you were considering, something that you were looking at, not to have to show up in a meeting and find out, oh, by the way, you're all being annexed, all 32 of you. Well, there's 8 of us that showed up here, your planning commission here on the 25th, and let you guys know we're not ready to go along with that plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Roberto Munoz.
Yeah, hello. I live at 100 Los Altos Drive with my mother. And I just want to make sure that when they start building that, when they do the annexing of the APN 0020-460-035 dash, or and then the 020-460 and 3036 and the 020-120 the dash 064. We want to make sure they don't take, so when they start making the roads and the sidewalks, that they don't take part of my mom's property, and to also leave the easement open because it needs to be open. So just in case, if we ever have a fire in the back of the barn houses, the fire truck is supposed to get into the backyard. So that's pretty much the main thing I'm worried about. See, if we ever have a fire back there, when they close the easement up, when they make that residential thing in the back, we got to make sure that they leave that open. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Carlos Munoz.
Hello. It's for the same matter. It's my uncle. It's my uncle Robert. We're here for grandma's property. Basically the same thing. We want to protect the easement access since it's a right as property owners. It looks like it's signed 1980, the 60-foot wide access and utility easement. So basically it's for it's for property access for whatever we want it. It's our right to keep. So I understand they're going to build the houses in the back, but we don't want that cut off. Obviously, if they're going to cut it off, there'll be a lawsuit with us against whoever is in charge of that. I don't know what their name is or who's in charge of that property deal there, but we're here to stand up for our rights as property owners and for grandma. She can't come in. She has dementia. So that's all we have to say.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ann Hall.
Hi, my name is Ann Hall with San Benito Engineering, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. Back here, I guess I should say on behalf of the applicant, it was a year ago that we were here for pre-zoning initiation, and we've gone through the process. We do appreciate you considering the 3 parcels rather than the original 32 parcels. I think, as you've heard, a lot of those neighbors were not interested in that. As far as the comments regarding access easements, of course, we will honor access easements. That would certainly be part of the design. In regard to some of the other comments, particularly the 2-story, this is being zoned at 6 to 8 units per acre, which is a fairly dense zoning. We would not want to say no 2-story. We would be willing to consider a certain setback. 1 story within a setback, but possibly 2-story further out. We wouldn't want to eliminate 2-story on the whole property. I don't think that's realistic given the zoning that this is being considered for annexation. But I'm also here if you have any questions for me in regard to the project.
That we can't do that at this point.
Okay,
Public hearing.
but that was really it. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
That was my last speaker card for that item.
Thank you. At this time, we will close public hearing. Any other questions or comments from council? Councilmember Sendes?
Thank you, Eva. I want to ensure that we protect the interest of the residents that came forward today. So I heard and Mrs. Hall said that they would ensure that the easement was left open. Can we put that in writing or put that as part of the agreement?
We definitely can. I've made a note of it. But easements are rights as indicated with the property owner there on title reports. So right now, the annexation won't affect anything and it does not constitute a development approval. But when we're reviewing any proposed development, we'll be looking at the title reports, easements.
We can put in a development agreement, can't we?
We could do a development agreement, but there will be an annexation agreement as well. That is standard as part of the procedures for annexation in the city of Hollister. So essentially, to kind of fast forward ahead, if tonight the council does want to introduce the ordinance at the next meeting, staff would be working towards also bringing the annexation agreement, which is a resolution adopted by the council, as well as a resolution adopted by the council to allow staff to submit that application for annexation to LAFCO. So there's a couple more things in the annexation, and that annexation agreement is subject to the review and consideration of the council, and that can be a point in the agreement.
I understand that. I just want to ensure that since we're hearing these comments, they're fresh in our mind, that we ensure that these are in the annexation agreement.
Definitely.
Again, the concern about the 2-story house, I understand that. I've heard, when I'm talking to constituents about 2 stories, but I think that we need to protect the interests and the rights of the residents that were there before. So can we put that into the agreement as well? Or what do you recommend as far as addressing that?
So that one's a little harder. I mean, you can definitely put a restriction on it if you so wish. But as mentioned, it is going into the R1 LPZ zoning district, and which is a city level. It is our low density. So to address one of the comments to kind of define it, our R1 is just our low density. It allows 1 to 8 units per acre. However, the R1 LPZ is a performance overlay, which is an overlay zoning that the city of Hollister has. And in the R1, it just allows for a variation in design. It allows for, whereas standard R1 low density development is strictly single family, The R1 LPZ can allow potentially like a duplex or some variation. It allows for a reduction in minimum lot size to get to that higher end of the density range, which is 6 to 8. So that's where we see some of our smaller lot sizes, 2-story. So it is something that could be put in, but it could preclude development at the standards required in our zoning code. So it could require a variance or a CUP or something like that. But it's all up to the council and or the planning commission.
And then I heard Ms. Hallman make mention of putting the setback further. Is that something realistic that we can ensure?
Yeah, that's definitely something realistic we can ensure. We can put something in the annexation agreement to that effect for consideration when any development proposal is considered. If the council had a potential recommended setback that we could bring as we draft this annexation agreement, I'd be happy to hear one. Our standard R1 setbacks are a 15-foot rear yard, a 20-foot front yard to the garage, and an 18-foot front yard to the house, and then a 6-foot side yard. We typically see requests for 5-foot side yards, 18-foot like driveway setbacks, and sometimes down to like a 10-foot rear yard. But if the council had a recommendation or just something more general, like for the planning commission to take into consideration, I'd be happy to.
I'm going to leave you guys to the details, and it
Okay.
sounds like Ms. Hall is willing to negotiate and with you on that. So I'm just going to leave it with you guys. And then I just want to ensure that it is put in the agreement.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just had one quick question. On the last numbers you gave, it was 5 foot, you could go down to 5-foot side. And how much in the front? 18?
Yeah, so a lot of our R1 LPZ development proposals have an 18-foot request for a driveway. And then instead of a 6-foot side yard, they request like 5. We've seen lesser, we've seen greater. It really depends, but standard is 6, 18, 20, and 15.
Thank you.
Mr. Burns, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm wondering if Ms. Hall could come back to the podium or the applicant himself. I specifically recall meeting with the applicant maybe a year or so ago. And at that time, 2 years ago, I've only been on council about 20 months. So, but I did meet with, at the time, board chairperson Medina. And so this is actually going to be a development that occurs within District 4 once it's annexed in. And ultimately, as I recall, you're going to build some affordable housing. And so I'd like to talk more about that because this city clearly has a need for rental property that's affordable. And I was hoping you could speak about that. I don't recall the total number of units, but I also seem to recall that either your son or son-in-law was going to live on the property as well. And so hopefully that would ensure some good on-site property management to ensure that these are well maintained. So if you can just speak to what it is you're actually going to build there. And again, I would also like to speak to is it Mr. Wickman and his comments. This council, in my time on it, never had an intent to annex any of that property. This was driven by the applicant as well as by the board chairperson seeing the need the community has. And so that's exactly why in this case, we might not actually be going forward with staff's recommendation, although the planning commission did support the previous council direction. If you don't want to be in the city, quite candidly, I don't want you in the city. And so we want you to have your privacy. And so as you heard Council Member Resendez talk about the 2-story issue as well. And so we need to get to a nice point, but we also need to move this project forward. I hope that it's done before I'm termed out, or at least first termed out. So Ms. Hall, if you could speak more to this, I'd appreciate some more clarity.
So we do not have a final design and numbers. I think we have had some preliminary layouts. We are looking toward having a subdivision, but probably with duplexes and potentially ADUs on the property. So the ADU could potentially be rented. The duplexes are going to be a lower income type product or a lower, more affordable product. And I said duplex, I mean duets. So you'd have two homes on one single parcel. But again, given the time, this has been talked about for a couple of years now. We may have a new general plan by the time we finally get around to doing it with new zoning requirements. We have not finalized a design, but the intent is definitely to do, all the conversation up to this point has been to do duets, probably with ADUs, to try and meet some more affordable type housing. In regard to the two-story issue, like I said, we wouldn't want to agree to a blanket no two-story because we cannot build duets and on those size lots and not have two-story. But what we could consider is some type of setback from the property, maybe have one-story, the ADU, a one-story ADU closer to the property and two-story further away. So it kind of steps up. And that's something that could either be included in the annexation agreement, but the annexation is just bringing the property in. We're going to have to come back with a whole set of site and architectural and probably CUP or tentative map and everything to go through planning. So the city will definitely have an opportunity to look at this again. And we're going to have some time between now and then to hash out exactly what type of layout we're going to work with.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mhm.
So, Ms. Kelly, I also would like to ask, at some point, there will be noticing in the neighborhoods to ensure that members in the community have advanced knowledge and notice of what we're doing so that if they have comments that could be factored into the planning commission and your staff's work, that could be part of this process as well.
Yes, definitely. So all zoning and development proposals require a 10-day notice in the newspaper, as well as a 300-foot mailed radius notice. And if anyone in the public or in the audience and is interested in the project and is not part of that automatic 300-foot radius, they can also email or call us and get put on an agenda notice to be notified of any project, this or any other project.
Perfect. Thank you for your answer. Thanks for the presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Going back to this history of this going back and forth, I was not very excited about any of it, but I think at the end of the day, we were able to work through some of the issues. And Mr. Whitman, I think I agree completely with Mr. Burns. You don't want to be in the city, that's okay. Enjoy your life there, and as you should, all of you should. Nobody should force you to do anything, and it's why I'm so completely against the thought of building hundreds and hundreds of houses back there. So I'm happy we can talk about this today. You guys convinced me at that one point that we can, by doing this, we could prevent some of the other problems that were going to happen. So I appreciate that and all the work that you did to make it happen. There was some conversations of things we want to be doing. I'm in complete agreement that we should never allow another project to happen where the two-story is looking straight down on somebody's backyard. It's just embarrassing to see some of these projects that were approved, and we shouldn't ever do this again, especially when it's a new neighborhood approaching an existing neighborhood, and they're looking straight down at the family just trying to have a nice, relaxing weekend. So I want to make sure we're addressing that. You talked about the setbacks, the side yard. It should be 6 foot, because one thing that we're having a problem with is people do not have a place to put their trash cans. And those trash cans really stink now with the compost. So what we need to make sure is that all side yards have the sidewalk or concrete, so the residents can park those bins behind the fence line as we're demanding they're doing, but we're not giving them a way to do it at this point. So we got to stop making these mistakes. A lot more conversation we could have on all these things. I know your staff has been a great job bringing those forward. So I really want to make sure as I pointed out, that general plan needs to be completed with all the new rules that we need to be doing to really make more sense of any future houses that do get built. So we're addressing our community's needs first rather than the developer's needs. And that's where I'd like to see this going. And again, thank you for all the work in making this all work. With that, is there a motion? Go ahead.
Do we have a centralized location where we have all this information where residents that are interested in learning or commenting can go to? And then can we, city manager, talk about our public information officer's role in sharing this information with our community and to the public, specifically the residents, in case they don't read the newspaper or don't get the mail for whatever reason? There's another strategy to make sure that our community is informed.
Yeah, the assistant city manager and myself can work on a plan for making that information out there. But I mean, the main thing is the 300-foot setback rule. So that's to make sure everybody in that area gets notified. Yeah, we can look at different ways or see what other cities are doing to get that information out there.
And our agendas and agenda packets are also posted on the website on the planning page. You do have to scroll kind of far down for them. But right now, the best way to learn about particular projects is just to probably just contact the planning department directly at our general planning @hollister.ca.gov email. But the noticing gets done when it is around the time for decisions and public hearings to be had. So it's definitely made available to the public.
I just like to see that being beefed up a little bit more. Looking forward to the recommendations on how you're going to do that.
Is that it?
Move to adopt, Mr. Mayor, ordinance number 1218, an ordinance of the city of Hollister amending the official zoning map of the city of Hollister and pre-zoning specifically described real properties AP 9020-460-035, 020-460-036, and 020-120-064 to the low density residential performance overlay zoning district planning.
And so we have a clear record. Does this include waiving the full reading, council member?
Yeah, you have to read.
Waiving the full reading and reading by title only.
Yeah, number 2, read number 2, sir. Under recommendations.
Is reading the,
Yeah,
all right, read by title only, waive full reading and introduce an ordinance of the city of Hollister amending the official zoning map of the city of Hollister and pre-zoning specifically described real properties AP and 020-460-035, 020-460-036, and 020-120-064 to low density residential performance overlay R1-L/PZ zoning district.
Schedule a second reading.
Schedule a second reading and adoption of the ordinance for Tuesday, September 6, 2022 city council meeting.
Thank you, sir. There's a motion.
Monday, September
Yeah,
19th.
sorry, that's
That
a
was a typo.
technology.
Monday, my apologies.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second,
Motion is second. All in favor?
yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
5-0. Thank you very much. We'll now move to item F1.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the city council. Resolution number 2022-162, a resolution of the city council of the city of Hollister approving the appropriation of $69,880 and a professional service agreement with Federal Engineering Incorporated to conduct a feasibility study for the Hollister Police Department Dispatch and Live Crime Center. Staff recommends the city council adopt the resolution approving the appropriation of $69,880 and a professional service agreement with Federal Engineering Incorporated to conduct a feasibility study for the Hollister Police Department to have its own dispatch center and live crime center. Any questions?
Any questions from council? Go ahead, sir.
Chief, real quick, I read the proposals. The one thing I wasn't able to pull out, was there a projected completion time? I didn't see that in the time frame. Perhaps I missed it, but
It was proposed to be within 60 days.
within 60 days. Okay. Thank you, Chief. That's all I had, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. 5-0. We'll now move to item F2.
Once again, Mr. Mayor, Thank you, members of the city council. F2 is ordinance number 1219, an ordinance of the city of Hollister amending the animal control regulations general ordinance to clarify and correct confusing and inconsistent language. Staff recommends read by title only, waive full reading, and adopt ordinance amending chapter 6.04 animal control regulations generally. Any questions?
Any questions from council?
Yes. I've had several of my district residents call with concerns about roosters and different animals. And will this language clarify that? Because I don't know. So I want to make sure that all the issues that I brought forth will address it in this ordinance, or not make it worse, or just not address it at all. But this is going to address a lot of their issues.
It does address the issues stated. It clarifies how many of those animals are allowed per parcel, to clarifying some confusion by some individuals believing that every person that lived on that parcel had an authority to have that amount of animals. So that clarifies that. There's also some language that our attorneys discovered that it mentions the number of cats in two separate places in our ordinances, and this clarifies that as well. And it adds some definitions so that there's more clarity in our ordinances.
And if I could add, it's not the term parcel, it's the term premises, and parcel number is included in that definition of premises.
Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
Thank you. So I have also spoken to some constituents. I believe I shared that with you. And my concern, and I think it's addressed in this, but I'm not exactly 100% sure, was the number of puppies they can have. The language that I found was a little ambiguous. And essentially it said if there were under 4 months of age, that it was okay, but it didn't specify that they had to be from the same litter. So the problem that I'm seeing is that we're having some puppy mills over in my district, because essentially they're not really breaking the law. If they're under 4 months of age, you can have many number of puppies. So I wanted to be very specific on the language and state that they have to be like, let's limit the number. Well, we can't limit the number of puppies. I guess we can, right? There's not going to be 20 puppies from the same litter, but we've got to be a little bit more specific. It was too ambiguous. And then I've got concerns about actually going out there and enforcing the ordinance. But first things first, the language is too ambiguous. We need to clean it up. So I'm just wondering, what are your thoughts on that? And does this address those concerns?
This does address some clarity in the existing ordinances in regards to the puppies. I'm not sure if that's addressed here in that same context. There are some, I know what you're talking about. We have paid some visits to some people who have a lot of animals, and it does look like they're in the business of selling animals, and that raises red flags for us as well. And other ordinances are in violation when they're doing that as well. But this one is specifically for the poultry and the cats. Does it also, Alyssa, does it also address the puppies? No, it's going to be a separate one. If there's still a need for that, we can bring that one forward. But we are moving ahead with some of those complaints that we received, where there are some addresses that are look like they're actively breeding, and we're going to be addressing that as well.
I understand that, but given the current code, we can't, because it's too ambiguous, the language. So I'd like the idea of bringing it back at the next council meeting so that we can talk about it. And again, my concern is that 4 month, it doesn't put a limit on the number of puppies, and we need to be specific, like it's got to be from this litter, maybe a household pet. I don't know, but people are finding ways around these. And in my opinion, they're taking advantage and they're profiting off of these little baby animals, in my opinion. So thank you for that.
Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to be clear. This is to specifically address poultry and cats.
Yes, that's mentioned in the ordinance.
Okay. And we're going to do a separate ordinance to address dogs.
We'll do a separate ordinance if there's a need to address that issue.
Okay.
I'm not sure that issue with the puppies was brought up to solve the issue that was the reason for this ordinance coming forward.
Right.
So I can look into that issue. If it is an issue that we need to address, then I can bring that forward at the different ordinance.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense to me. one of the things I've seen in places where I work is they actually don't necessarily count the dog or the cat. What they've gone to is they've gone to a paw count. So if you want 3 dogs or 3 cats, if the dog has or cat has 4 paws or 4 legs, they have 4 paws. And that seems to simplify things a little bit. I don't know that that works for roosters or chickens necessarily. Most places I've been employed, they just outright prohibit roosters. But again, there's a lot of examples out there. And whatever we do, I'm of the opinion it's better than what we currently have. And if we need to go back and tweak it, as Chief, as you suggested, I'm absolutely fine with that. The other thing I like very much is if we've identified it for APNs, I think that's helpful because I can see in today's world where you could put an ADU on something and all of a sudden you could have a rental, or you could have a family member or a friend living in that, and they would think that they would be entitled to separate numbers. So the APN, I think, really helps to clean it up. With Councilmember Resendez's example of the puppy mill, I think there are other ordinances that would automatically address that, like home occupation permits, where that would probably not be permitted. So I believe there are ways to get there with a knowledgeable staff, and I believe our staff is knowledgeable and they could apply the correct codes to resolve that problem. So I'm going to support this moving forward. I think it's much better than what we currently have, and it does eliminate the greatest majority of the confusion. And candidly, we could what if this infinitum, and still I think we're in a better place and we have the capacity to go beyond if we need to. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief.
Go ahead, sir.
So this weekend, I bought our house bought a Flemish rabbit. It's a giant rabbit. And on 6.04.070 restrictions on keeping of poultry, rabbits, and other small fur-bearing animals. The following restrictions and regulations are applicable to keeping of poultry, rabbits, cats, and other fur-bearing animals. No poultry, rabbits, or other small fur-bearing animals shall be allowed within 50 feet of any residence. Does that include giant Flemish rabbits?
I think if it's a wabbit, it's a rabbit.
It's a wabbit. It's a wabbit. It walks like a wabbit. So I can't have my rabbit within 50 feet of any residence? Am I missing something? Because
Yeah.
I know, I mean, I'm finding out all kinds of things about rabbits now. It's like
Yeah.
I'm learning everything. So now I see this and it's like, oh no, another thing to learn. Because it's going to be hard to keep residents away from he's only 6 months and he's already at 10 pounds. So by the time he's full grown, should be about 22, 24 pounds.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this means that you're supposed to keep it from, they're not allowed at all or away from other residences.
If they're not allowed, I don't have one.
Too late for that.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. I'm Melissa Batista, the Animal Care and Services Supervisor. We've run into this problem with the past with the definition you're reading. And in speaking with code enforcement, there's certain parameters with the condition or the length of the area where the animals are being housed.
Okay.
So it's one or the other sort of thing. As long as the structure isn't within a certain amount of feet, it will allow for that to stand within the area where it's housed.
Thank you.
You go ahead, Mr. Burns.
So while you're there, hey, Rick, you might want to hear this. I think you're going to like it. So as a council member, I'm not inclined to want to get in to tell staff how to do their work. That's clearly your discretion, your direction. But I would suggest that I would like to see this be a reactive ordinance where we're not going out looking for rabbits. But if we have a neighbor that complains because of unkept situation or noise or things like that, I do think I would like to see it be a reactive response that is complaint driven. And that's my sense anyway. It's like, I just don't believe animal control, the police department, code enforcement have the resources of the time to go on a rabbit hunt. And so I just want to affirm that, or if not, I'd like to just float that out there for council's consideration. Not trying to tell you how to do your job, just would like to make sure that our priorities are in line with council's thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, so I have differences. So I've been talking to administration about code enforcement and the application of the utilization of code enforcement as a vehicle for retaliation or reactive, and it's very selective. And so in Mr. Burns' recommendation in terms of being reactive, based on X, Y, and Z, it just further promotes the utilization of now your office to do, for it to be a vehicle for something else. I do know that we have a lot of residents that do have rabbits. We just heard today from one of our residents in terms of her volunteer work and what she does. So I would like for this to be put on hold for the next council meeting, because I like to look at the language based on now circumstances, honestly, that I didn't even think about. And thank you so much for all your work. We really appreciate it. But I do know that rabbits are now utilized as comfort animals for anxiety, stress. And so I also want to take those animals that are used in that way. And I don't know, I need to reread it again. I read it once, so I apologize, and to reread it again to make sure that we also exclude animals that are used for comfort, for anxiety, for depression, for wellness, behavioral health issues, because that is a proven effective strategy in order to address those. And I want those animals to be excluded from this policy. So I would like a little consideration for those two things for this item to be brought back.
Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. City attorney, but correct me, I think that's already covered by state law. I mean, there are always going to be those exemptions. Now, it would put the burden on the person claiming the exemption to get a doctor's note that would say, this rabbit is for X, Y, or Z. And at that point, that would automatically be exempt from any enforcement action.
Well, I think there's a distinction between comfort animal and service animal.
Okay.
And only so many animals, so many different types of animals under the law are considered service animals. And then there's comfort animals. So I can't answer your question specifically because I don't know what people are going to assert, but there is a distinction between the two.
Okay. So then, as Councilmember Morales suggested, maybe it would be wise to put that in the ordinance before it is passed by council.
If council desired.
Right. Thank you.
It's Councilmember Resendez.
I'm going to respectfully disagree. I think we need to leave that to the state laws and for us not to start, because there is a huge difference between a comfort / therapeutic animal. So I'm fine with the way things are currently as far as that goes. My question is, how does this impact or affect the volunteer work that we heard of earlier this evening? Is it going to impact or affect the volunteer work where they're spaying and neutering animals at their own time, or cats in particular?
Those are ferals.
Okay, that's what I thought. So I'm comfortable with the way it looks now, to be honest with you.
Chief has something to say.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Mayor, we also need to be very careful with the comfort animals and not the service animals, because in my view, all animals serve that purpose. And if we're going to be making exceptions for everything like that, then there's no point of having any restrictions at all. And in regards to the rabbits and all that, what's happening today, that's existing ordinances, and that's not part of the changes. So moving forward, we can make these changes, and then if there's a need to come back with anything else that the council wishes, we can always come back, address the puppy issue if there is no other way to address it, and any of those comfort animals. But I just would warn the council that all animals provide that service. It's one of their gifts from God for what they provide for us.
Sir, I would absolutely agree with you. And I would also say, if we're not careful, we're going to find ourselves making exceptions for lions and tigers and everything else as comfort. I mean, these things happen. Strange things happen. We've all seen this. We want to make sure we're starting at a place that we can enforce some of the rules because of the problems we've had in the past. And as Chief, as you're saying, you look through the other rules and see if we have to make any changes. And I 100% agree with your view on that. Did we finish? Can we go ahead there?
Thank you, Mayor. So city attorney, there still is, I just want to be clear though, there still is an exemption for the service animal is defined by the state.
Yes, under the law.
Thank you.
State law.
Thank you.
Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
Yes, we have Alex Reichstadt.
So, thank you. So on the 8th of July, the police force came to us, 4 protection officers and 1 police officer with a warrant of abatement. To this day, we don't know how it came to this
So
warrant of
can you-
abatement, and
if
I
you
want to
can,
know.
in the microphone, if you can try to move that a little bit more.
To this day, I don't know how it actually came to the warrant of abatement because it seemed, so it was alleged, it was the result of our alleged unwillingness to communicate, which was already not, because we had written 2 certified letters, one of which went to you, a sworn affidavit, so it was beyond the shadow of a doubt that it had taken place, and it was unrebutted. Still then, well, our chicken got seized. A police officer stands with 2 guns in front of my 8 and 10-year-old daughter in our hallway. I mean, I tried to push it out, but overall, the idea of having 3 chicken too many based on a code that is so vague, rather than like trying to actually, well, exploit the situation exhaustively before, sending someone based on something like a warrant of abatement for chicken and, scare the crap off my children. It's just outraging. So I would really appreciate if, this would be handled differently next time with a bit sensitiveness. And this all goes back to the complaint of one neighbor who keeps on complaining about other people, not only us. And I mean, I can only say that we did everything to the letter of the law from start to finish. Before we moved to Hollister, we looked into the code whether or not we could actually have chicken because we wanted to have chicken. Right. When we were here, we actually asked the neighbors if anybody would be or feel offended by us having chicken, by the noise, even though the law grants us to do so. And we couldn't have done it more thoroughly. And because of this one neighbor, going to that, that length, you tell that to a lawyer, they find it funny on one end and terrible on the other. So it's kind of a good thing, because chicken is not the advertising word for a lawyer to make a lot of money, where at the same time, what it escalated into certainly is. So it would be nice if, that went differently next time. And it certainly wasn't grown on our unwillingness to communicate. So you see me here, I'm here. I'm happy to communicate.
Thank you for coming out tonight. Let's let any of the speakers.
Eva Kelly.
Hi, yes, Eva Kelly, I'm the interim planning manager. I was just reading through the ordinance in the audience, and I just wanted to put a note potentially for consideration that the definition of premises, I definitely understand where we're going with the APN, but that's potentially going to cause issues on multifamily properties that allow pets. So potentially there should be some consideration for a tie-in with the zoning definitions, perhaps on the types of properties. Just to help if there is an issue at a multifamily property. That was my thought. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. A very important thought. So we appreciate that.
No more speaker.
No more speakers. We'll go back to council. Any other questions, comments? Mr. Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've been to your house, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm just wondering, Brett, or I guess this would go to you, Chief. How is this going to affect, let's say, these residents? And I'm wondering, if it's going to affect them. And I mean, you don't have to divulge information. I'm just wondering if there's still chickens there, it's going to affect you or not. And I guess I'll get to my point after I hear from you. Thanks.
From the beginning, the communication was made about how many they were allowed to have, and they disagreed. And their interpretation of the law was addressed prior council for the city. And this prior council advised there was no need to address it. Now we have a new council, and I think they did a good job of clarifying what the ordinance meant from the beginning. And my understanding is they are in compliance because they did remove the one of the chickens. I think it was one or multiple, two. But they were advised from the beginning that their interpretation of what the ordinance was erroneous. And the reason it went to a warrant was because he told our staff, come back with a warrant, and there was no cooperation there, despite what he was saying right now. I read the report. I did receive the letter from him advising that he just disagreed with it. And the process continued. And there was a long time in between because of that lack of communications between animal control and the residents. So with this ordinance that's before you is specifically to address that it isn't a certain amount of animals per person who lives there, it's per premises.
Can I ask how many chickens we're talking on one premises, or?
I think it was it 9, total 9 that were there.
And how will, so knowing that it's 8, how will this affect them?
It shouldn't, they will be in compliance.
Okay.
My understanding is they are in compliance right now, the last time we checked.
And 6
didn't
is
they
the
remove-
total that this ordinance will
Didn't they
allow.
remove the chickens? They came
This
back?
is-
Okay.
This is what I'm getting at, I
Mhm.
guess. I mean, we're talking about being reactive, right? We're changing the ordinance. Is there a way that we can grandfather in one person?
Well, the ordinance was 6 and it's been addressed. My understanding was that they had removed some of them. Now, if they've come back, then that's a continual violation and we can address that.
They're in compliance right now.
My understanding was that they were in compliance right now. If they're not in compliance, we can address that. But
So they're not in compliance with the old ordinance.
the number is the same. Okay, the number is not changing in the ordinance. What's changing is the definition of the premises, adding in the
Got it.
premises, not per
I'm
person.
sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I understand. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
I saw that finger lifts up.
It did, and I'll be quick. So, back to Ms. Kelly's point, though, how do we address multifamily housing where there's one APN? Because apartment of 20 could have 20.
Sure. So when we bring this back for a second reading, we can clarify that in the definition as well.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we have any other speakers?
And I would recommend when someone makes the motion to introduce and waive this first reading, that there's direction for us to add that definition, add that to the definition.
You hear that, Mr. Burns, in your motion? Go ahead, sir. Want to make a motion? Are you going to?
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve ordinance number 1219, an ordinance of the city of Hollister, amending the animal control regulations generally ordinance to clarify and correct confusing and inconsistent language, with the recommendation that we add a section to address multifamily housing as it relates to a APN number.
And council members, your motion include reading by title only and waiving the full reading?
No, because I want to make sure that we're all on board.
Okay, so if we aren't waiving the full reading, we need to read the entire ordinance verbatim right now.
Might want to rethink that. Waive.
Well, I don't want to. So how do we ensure if we waive it tonight, we can still engage in meaningful conversation when it comes back?
Correct. The waiving the full reading is a procedural element. It doesn't prohibit any further discussion when this comes back
Okay.
for the public hearing.
Okay, perfect. So moved.
If there's a motion, we need a second, then we can ask any more questions. Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and changes to address the multifamily at the next reading. Now we need a second. Then I have a second, then you have question, sir.
What is preventing us from moving it up to 8?
Whoa. That's, no.
That would have to be decided now, and then we'd have to do that. We can make a motion today, move it up to 8, have the reading, and then have that reading. I'm wondering what's preventing us from doing that. Why 6?
Sir, I would say, you know, I think we got to a number because there is a number where it does become probably too much for the neighbors. I think 6 was a fair number. I think we're meeting that number. We're not meeting that number. We're not meeting that number, but we're going to meet that number. We got to find a way to make that work because there is a point where it does become what's to say 10 is not the right number. So we got to be careful. There's a limit to this. It's kind of going back to issues with the dogs or the cats. There's a point where it becomes too much for your neighbor. I think that's why you have to pick a number that's fair.
If I may. So I have a couple of dogs. I got a Flemish rabbit and koi pond, slidey red ear slider. I love animals, but you know, there is a point where too much is too much. And 6 is a lot of dogs or any type of pod animal, including Flemish rabbits.
I just want to state, I understand that, but again, I think everybody has differences of opinions and they do different things with their homes. I've seen this home. It's beautiful. There's a nice garden there. You know, I'm sure that the chickens are well taken care of. And I think that it can be a circumstance where we probably can increase number to 8. And so for that reason only, then I would like to have that conversation, but it doesn't seem like I have that support. So I just wanted to put it out there.
But this one home could, but
Yep,
the next.
I
20
understand
could be
that
the
as well.
opposite,
I
right? So,
completely understand
all right,
as well.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any other questions, discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I know.
Against? There's a motion is 3-2. Favor? Motion carries. Thank you. We'll now move to item F3.
Thank you, Mayor. So at the August 1st City Council meeting, Youth Recovery Connections provided an informational presentation to the City Council. At that time, city received direction from the City Council to bring Youth Recovery Connections to the September 6th meeting to provide additional funding. Youth Recovery Connection is requesting the amount of $175,000 for fiscal year 2022 and / 2023. So any questions from council?
Any questions?
Well, they're here.
Actually have CFO on the line, that can answer in-depth financial questions that you guys have.
Right, we'll get that second. Is there any questions, council?
I do have a question. This was on our desk today. Did we just get this today?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thanks.
The financials, when I submitted are on this paper, those are actuals as of today's financials. So you have an updated copy.
Okay, Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So I do have a few questions. First, I want to preface it by saying I support you guys. Having said that, what I'm curious about is what you've secured in funding from either grants or from the County of San Benito or the City of San Juan Bautista. And then I will have some follow-up questions and comments.
So we have about 5 grants going right now. I think the first one that we're going to actually get any notice of is going to be in November. So they've just come in time periods. So we've actually got 5 of them going right now, though. 5 submitted, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so you've applied for 5.
Yes.
You've not been awarded any at this time?
Correct.
Okay, how about support funding from the county or the city of San Juan Bautista?
We have
So the county, it's just it's been a little bit
Can
difficult.
you move up to the microphone?
So the county's it's been a little bit difficult to get any help from the county. It's kind of been yeah, it's been a little bit difficult at this point. We've actually asked to partner with behavioral health several times and we've been denied that. So that's kind of where we stand now with the county. As far as San Juan Bautista, no, we have not been out there yet. We actually attended an event about a month back, and we've been invited to go out there and speak to the board out there. So we're planning to do so in the very near future.
Okay, and so what percentage of your clients that you serve are residents of the city of Hollister versus the county of San Benito versus the city of San Juan Bautista?
So I would say 100% Hollister.
Okay. And my final question is, how did you arrive at this $175,000 point?
It was the lowest. So if we took our actuals of
You
what
can come
we
up
paid
to the
for
microphone,
overhead
please.
cost. So the infrastructure build covers everything from finance to HR to everything that we have to do to build the program, policies and procedures, workflows. And so if we take all the insurances and everything that it takes for overhead costs to include rent, utilities, office supplies, it comes out to $8,333 per month. However, if you factor in some private funding, or if somebody donates, someone donates $100 a month or whatnot, so it lowers that. And so if you look at the salary and wages, to have the executive director and the COO and at part-time, and then you take 2 additional staff members at part-time, then the city would be funding part-time work, and then the rest would be covered by supporting grants. So we have federal grants into the HRSA grants through SAMHSA. We have foundation grants in, we have operating grants, infrastructure grants, and capital grants, actually.
So when will you know whether or not you're awarded any of the 5 grants that you've applied for?
I think the first round comes out in October.
Okay, for me, those are kind of important numbers. I do support you. I do think that this is a very flawed system on a city, but more importantly, a county level. But I also agree. I recall the mayor saying that this is short-term solution to a long-term challenge and problem that it's much bigger than the city of Hollister.
Absolutely.
And so for me, it almost feels like we're putting a Band-Aid on an epidemic. And I don't know that it's really a city role to fully fund you or significantly fund you when the county is actually set up to do that. And I hear that you're having some challenges with the county. And so I have some challenges with $175,000 without having more information. And I would like to know more about your client base. You know, one of the things, and I know we're talking about people, but when we're talking finances, I also am looking at rate of return. And there's no doubt the last time you were here, you filled this room with supporters and stories of success and of commitment. And so I hear that, but $175,000 is a lot of money, and I need to know more, quite candidly, before I could say yes or no.
Absolutely. I don't have the papers in front of me, but the last submission we submitted before the council had the numbers. And so you have to remember the kiddos that even though one is working, say I'm working with one client, one kiddo means 5 contacts a week. So if it's school, probation, wraparound services, if they need any kind of family support. So that one client is really 5 contacts, even more. So it turns, your month into 178 sessions and meetings and wraparound services. So it's really intense for Michael to only see clinical and me to only do administrative. And we're working 20 hours a day. And so until we can be collaborative and the community understands that we're not going to address this problem by ourselves. We have to be collaborative. We have to work together. We have to stop being territorial so that we can do what's in the best interest of the beneficiary and the youth. If you guys recall last year, as of today's date, we have 68 overdoses. We already superseded the number 69 as of yesterday. So we've already superseded that number. So whatever's happening pre us in this conversation is not working, and it's obvious. So what can we do to be innovative, forward thinking, that entrepreneurial spirit that can really fix and curb the problem here? And so we have those tough conversations and really get down to what's happening in our community. It's everybody's hands are tied.
I understand. Thank you for what you've done. I am supportive. I just need more data to really land on a number and understand that number. And again, part of that's going to be grants applied, grants awarded. And that doesn't mean, if you are awarded a grant, doesn't mean that that 175 number needs to necessarily be reduced by that amount. But I'd also like to, I don't know how you crack the nut of trying to get the county to be more supportive. Seems to me that there is a systemic flaw, and I just have to believe there are other resources out there that are available. And it's really, I just don't see this as a city responsibility, but it's absolutely a resident benefit. What you guys do make a difference, and I know that. So
I think from the prevention and intervention component of things, a lot of cities across the state are taking ownership, if you will, of prevention and intervention services, because prior to CalAIM, it wasn't billable through a drug Medi-Cal ODS fee for service. And so a lot of cities have, whereas the county takes the larger initiatives. One of them we're working on right now is the substance abuse response team. And we have a tri-county collaborative, and this is where the HRSA grant comes in. It's a $3 million grant we submitted that'll partner with the tri-county collaborators, in which Michael and I have been part of for many years. And so there's capital grants out to bring in to bridge those MAT access points. I know the county and the city of Hollister have been trying to bridge that, how to get medication assisted treatment in the community. So there's a lot of funding, billions of dollars that the feds are throwing in the state of California that we can apply for. But again, we have to have those tough conversations, and one might not agree with the other, but that's okay, as long as we come to a decision that's in the best interest of the community.
I understand and I agree. I know one of our great new additions is our new assistant city manager, who comes from a county experience, and also, as I recall, has a grant writing experience and background and nonprofit experience. So I don't know, Mr. Miller, at some point, maybe there could be an opportunity to just have some conversation to maybe give some direction that might be productive for them. If we have subject matter expertise and our residents are going to benefit from that expertise, I think that's a worthwhile venture as well. So thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you said 100% of your clients are from the city of Hollister. How much is that?
How much is what? How much is the number of clients?
Yeah.
I
100%
would
of
say,
what?
give or take, I would say probably around,
In the last report.
it's in the last report, but even since then, I think there's been about 4 or 5 more. So it's probably about I would say about 30, 40.
Okay. And they all live within the city limits?
They do.
Okay. I had the same questions as Councilmember Burns. Why? You used to work with the county, did you not? Behavioral health and substance abuse?
I did.
So you're aware, because I used to work there as well,
Mhm.
that there's a substance abuse program. I'm just wondering, why would they deny you? Why would they not fund you? What was the rationale behind
That'd be a
that?
question you have to ask them.
And have you had conversations like at the supervisors meeting,
I've had a conversation with behavioral health, yes.
but not actually like?
I've had
approached-
conversations with the CAO and behavioral health.
Okay, but you don't see getting on the agenda and asking them for funds like you asked us?
I've actually been told that, regardless if we submit something, that he's not gonna allow us to get in there and get in there with the supervisors. So
So it's a bit concerning to me. I'd like to
is.
further conversations, because I agree with Councilmember Burns. Behavioral health and substance abuse does exist in this county, and
does.
I see that they should be putting into it. This is a problem that's not going to be solved with 85,000, 175,000. I'm talking millions of dollars, and this is something that's long going. I don't see the sustainable model yet. And I don't see the grants. I see a lot of promises, but I don't know how you can sustain that without building those partnerships that are being talked about. So I guess that's the main thing, is that I feel like it's not within the city's scope or jurisdiction. 100%, I understand that this is a huge problem. It's a very passionate and emotional problem, but it's not something that we can resolve overnight. And it's not something that's strictly within the scope of the city of Hollister. So those are some of my concerns, if I'm being quite honest with you.
No, I get it. But I think, you talk about sustainability. We're actually just contracted with another organization here in San Bernardino County, where we're going to be able to bring Medi-Cal billing. So I'm with you, Tim, 100%. I don't want to have to depend on the city, right? That's not something I ever want to do, right? I just, for me, it's kind of like, this is going to get us to where we want to be, and we're going to be sustainable ourselves. I don't want to have to depend on anybody, city or county, right? So that's kind of where my mind goes with it. I don't want to have that to happen, right? I'm in about 6 months from now, I want to be able to be fully sustainable sustainable on our own, but we don't have to ask anybody for anything, you know, and that's kind of the way that my brain works, right? I don't want to have to ask anybody for nothing. You know, this is kind of just something that's going to help us out to get to where we need to be. And then for there, we're going to move forward and be sustainable on our own.
I think generally when you're starting new programs and you're launching new initiatives, it takes traditionally about 3 years for a program to be fully sustainable without partnering or grant support. So the idea is that the Tri-County, we have some major collaborators that have signed letters of support for our grants that are willing to partner from a Tri-County perspective. Because you got to remember, San Benito County is a waivered county. So we're obligated by the DHCS to provide levels of care. And so being at behavioral health, we know firsthand what is offered and what's not offered, and to be as professionally polite as we can, disagree professionally on certain things. And so that's why we were brought here in the first place, is to bring our expertise across the state. We've done expert witness testimonies, trials with class action lawsuits with drug diversion in the state of Arizona. We've been to Boston Children's Hospital, UCLA. We presented at UCLA's co-occurring conference. We're, you know, presenting at the state conference Thursday and Friday in Sacramento. So you guys really have experts at your fingertips that can make these programs happen for you if we can just talk about it. So if we don't know what's happening, you know, I'm going to go with what the state's trend is and say we need, you know, overdose response team. We need more Narcan. We need counselors in the schools. We need a lot of services for our youth.
Thank you. Ms. Morales?
So first, I wanted to thank you for all the work that you do. And I know it's really challenging to see a need in the community and put yourselves out there and put your livelihoods out there in hopes that somebody will believe in you, because there is a need. And I know that we're not providing the sufficient funds for you to, you know, pay you your full salary or actually provide the operating expenditures. I do want to say to my colleagues that while I know that it may not be the city's responsibility to address this, in services, my full-time job, we sometimes see that a lot of our community-based partners are suffering, or they're not able to sustain. A lot of state facilities have closed down, where now many jurisdictions don't have an option. So it is government's responsibility, whether the county or another jurisdiction has their act together or not, to be able to carry through and provide support to an organization that is doing a really good job until they're able to get on their feet. Until then, there's a lot of things that the city can do, whether it's a resolution to the county or to San Juan or to the state or federal government, to help obtain funding for our partners. This is a very small investment. $175,000 is a very small investment to put a Band-Aid until we get to where we need to be for our community. And we will never be able to put a price, nor do we have enough money to be able to provide the support needed for an organization. However, it is a small investment to carry us where we need to be. What I would ask the city to do is utilize our resources, whether that's our assistant city manager, whether it's our city manager, whether it's the council, either speaking at the board of supervisors or sending a strong message through a resolution, that we really need them to help us in the struggle and to be proactive instead of condemning, demeaning, or telling them it's not our business. It is our business. Our community is hurting. Our community is dying. Right now, we don't have a lot of options, and we need to help sustain the very few options that we have available. So $175,000 is literally absolutely nothing in my mind. And I am happy to support you in this, and I'm happy to hopefully, and I hope that my colleagues here on this council would see that the benefit our community is worth this investment. And yes, not forever, but until you get what you need, and we're happy to be partners. At least I'm happy to be your partner to get you there.
Thank you. Ms. Perez?
You said 4 or 5 have come on to your caseload or to the program recently. What do you do? How are you helping them?
I mean, there's numerous things we do. I mean, not only for the adolescent, I think, but for the family in the whole. I mean, there's just so many people that are not aware of, what substances are out there. They're not, they haven't been educated. There's just a lot of things, a lot of disparities that are in this county, and what I try to do is, bring them that awareness, bring them that education, and help them to, before even thinking about using any substance, help them to stop even those thoughts before they happen, right? I mean, I support them 100%, and I think you can ask any single person that I work with, families alike, and they'll tell you the exact same thing that I'm telling you now, that I definitely go above and beyond, in trying to support and help these kids and their families.
So if someone calls you at 5:01, do you answer the phone?
Absolutely.
Do you answer the phone before 8 o'clock in the morning?
Absolutely.
Okay. Because those are the calls that between 8 and 5 they can call the county, right? Because those are the only times they answer that, unless it's a hotline or 911 and someone is actually threatening to hurt themselves. Will they send someone to the hospital? Is that correct or not correct? If someone goes in to the hospital emergency room, what is I know this protocol, and so I'm asking you to educate everyone else. If someone comes in and they are overdosed, what does the hospital do?
The hospital will treat them for their overdose and refer them to behavioral health and release them, discharge them.
And is it correct or not correct that the only way they will call mental health right away is if it's
mental health?
If they're hurting themselves, threatening to hurt themselves, or they feel they're ready to hurt themselves. So basically, if a 14-year-old went in and had an overdose and they let him out, and he didn't get no services, or just say a minor, and he didn't get no services, and has any case ever like that ever happened?
Yes.
And so we as a city, we're not responsible for the county. And you know what? But anybody that lives in our area, it's our human right. It's not our right. It's our job as civic leaders here, as elected officials here, for us to say that, oh, it's county's problem. No. This is a community problem, and it's going to take mental health. It's going to take substance abuse. It's going to take probation. It's going to take the jail. It's going to take organizations like you guys and more to feel that, man, the wave is, we haven't even felt the wave yet. We can't even see the wave yet. We know that wave is coming, especially with rainbow fentanyl coming, and we are not prepared. It's kind of like us in our earthquake. It's like, when's the last time we done an earthquake drill?
It's supposed to be 10 times more potent than fentanyl.
Yeah,
it's already in the state of
in fact, they are actually going after that now, the users, because the old one's not strong enough. So now this is my analogy, or this is my picture. Instead of putting one bullet in the gun and spinning the barrel, and because that's part of the high for them, isn't it? I mean, that's what I see. But now we're going to put 2 or 3 bullets in it. Now we'll spin it and see how many, because that's what's going to happen is more kids are going to start, more adults and minors under the age of 30 are going to start dropping. And you know what? Are we going to be able to sit up here and say, oh, well, maybe we should have, it's 175,000. That's a lot of money. But you know what? No, it's not just the underprivileged. It's the rich. It's the black. It's the white. It's the yellow. It crosses every single barrier. And you know what? Every kid gets weak, and all it takes is one time for that kid to die. I totally support you. And 175 is a lot of money. But you think since how long ago was it that you were here?
About 4 weeks.
Is it
About
4
4
weeks?
weeks now?
Yeah. You think you actually made a difference in someone's lives that they actually are not playing Russian roulette? Can you say positively with one kid, one person under 30? Because to me, that's priceless. When it's your kid, it's a whole different story. That's all.
Thank you. Last time you guys were here, we talked about, we understand the importance of your program. But I mentioned too that the importance of the county state structure because the county is the arm of the state, not the city. And if that connection can't be made, the chance of success is really not there. And as hard as that may seem or sound, that's the first step. And, early on, I kind of mentioned this because if you can't get that partnership, and I personally, I think you can, you have to get there, but that has to start because that funding is from the federal to the state to the county. The city trying to do something, it's really not going to help. But this is something we experienced with the homeless situation here. It took a lot of work of convincing the county that it's not just our problem, it was their problem too. And without their help, we couldn't get the resources from the state that we needed to really attack the problem. City financially can't just support each and every group as much as we all want to. And it's not, again, the money part, it's the potential of success. Without that connection through the state, I'm gonna tell you, I was upfront with you guys before, without that connection or that support, it's not gonna work. Now, you might have success like you've done. You guys have done some amazing things already on your own as a group. Pretty impressive, actually.
Exhausting.
Exhausting. Exactly right. Exhausting. And probably a lot more than that. But without that support from the county through the state, it's going to be a very difficult ride. And it's going to be something you're going to have to really look back and think what your organization wants to do or how you can do it. And I don't know what the issues are, but I'm just telling you by my experience working through government here for 10 years now, how the system works. It's not perfect, but I can tell you, my frustration with the state over the years has always been talk to your county representatives.
So I think that there's a lot of change coming. I think there's a huge amount of change coming, right? And in all areas, right? I think that right now there's so much money being poured into prevention and intervention that has nothing to do with county whatsoever. This money's coming from the government, and it's all grant money that can be, you can become a sustainable program without the county. That's for sure. And I think that things will change. As time goes on, I truly believe that things are gonna change. And I think that when they do, we are going to be able to have that strong, communication with behavioral health, with the county. I really do. And that's something that we want that. We do want that. We want to have that relationship with them. We do. I mean, it can be a very good program, hands down, it can be a very good program. Unfortunately, right now it may not be the best, but it can be the best, and I know that, so it's not that we're, in any way, shape or form, trying to go against behavioral health or the county at all. That's not what it is. Not whatsoever. We're actually welcoming that. We want that. Unfortunately, right now at this time it can't happen, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to happen.
That's my point. I've had my run-ins with the county behavioral health also, but I've also had success with them. And it really does start there. It really does. And you're going to have to really go back. You guys are well connected to behavioral health, to go back, figure this out, so you have that shot of success. Because there is funding out there, lots of it, but that connection is really the turning point for you. And if we start on this side, we're most frankly not going to succeed, and that's why I can't support something like this today. But I think, again, if you go back and spend that time and work out what the issues are, prove the success, you're going to succeed together, and then we have something. That's my view on. Do you have a comment?
I
Mr.
just
Byrne?
real quick want to make mention, we have applied through technical assistance with the Department of Healthcare Service to step in and kind of mediate with behavioral health. Because under CalAIM, a beneficiary should absolutely have a choice as to where they want to attend treatment. And so there's a lot of laws and regulations that have changed documentation, ability to provide care, and levels of care. So the state is aware, and they're going to step in and kind of mediate. Counties aren't going to be able to decide who they contract with anymore. If you're a qualified behavioral health or substance abuse provider and your county is returning money to the state, they want you to invest it in your community. And so they're not going to be allowed to decide who they partner with and who they don't partner with.
And I get that. But again, I'm going to say the same thing. If you could figure out the way to get that relationship going, and my thoughts are you can, you're going to have amazing success. It's going to take a little more work to get you there, but I think you can do it. Mr. Burns, you had a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, how much money have we put into this program to date?
$90,000.
Oh,
Oh,
Mr. Miller the second.
yes, a ventriloquist.
That is my understanding is it's 90,000.
90,000 and the ask is for another $175,000.
So 65 was for infrastructure program related purchases. 25 was allowed for Michael and I to spend, which on salaries and.
Okay. And as I heard you say, you're hoping to have some information back from the different grants you've applied for sometime in October. Did I hear that correctly?
In a perfect world, yes.
How about in a real world?
Probably the end of the year.
Okay, so by January. And so
Sorry.
Well, we've been talking about this. I've rolled some numbers, and if in fact you've interacted with 40 people in Hollister, and if we were to give you $175,000, that's about $8,000 per individual, if my math is on point. And so that's not a whole lot to save a life, in my opinion. A life is priceless. I get that. Also understand as a startup that there is a time period. I've heard what Councilmember Morales has said as well. I do have an appetite, but I'm not prepared to go forward tonight to recommend or support $175,000. The rationale I have is if what I don't want you guys to do is crash and burn. And so if you would know by January, I would like to see us be able to keep you afloat until then. But I've also heard what the mayor said and Councilmember Resendez and Vice Mayor Perez. And so I'm trying to find some common ground here to keep you guys going forward, because I've heard the testimonials to the good work you do. I know you do good work. I know that it's not about money. It's about your passion and your commitment to our community. And I appreciate you and I appreciate that. But I do believe $175,000 is a lot of money in conjunction with another $90,000 that we've already invested into your startup. And so I would ask that maybe you ask for an amount that would, and I know this has got to be frustrating because it's just enough to get me to the next destination. But I also have the responsibility to be frugal and diligent with our community's resources. And so if we weren't able to move forward and allocate $175,000, what would it honestly take? And maybe you don't know the answer to that now, and maybe the best thought would be to just come back then, but I don't want you to go bankrupt between now and then because nobody benefits from that. So, and I don't know that you're prepared for this. And so I need your help here. I need your thoughts.
So what we did with the 25,000 is we separated it or split it and divided it by the 40 hours per week, right? Which came out to $24 an hour. So we cannot sustain renting a home and purchasing things that we need for that amount of money. However, we can lower the cost, I think, which we went from 8,000 to 6,000 as far as overhead, in which we pay some of that shared cost as a donation to the agency. So I think if you just factor in full-time work is coming up with a dollar amount of what it's going to cost to have 2 full-time people. But the issue is it's a 24-hour system of care, right? So we have a 24-hour response line. So if somebody calls at 3 o'clock in the morning, like off we go. So it's not a 9 to 5 where we're just seeing patients. It's all the time. It's the football games. It's the events on the weekend. It's the phone calls. And it's not just substance abuse. We deal with anti-bullying, gang violence. There's a lot of other social media. there's a lot of other prevention related activities that we participate.
Right, I understand that. So I guess in my mind, maybe there's a opportunity to refine. Maybe you're doing too much with not enough resources, and I get how do you draw the line and what are your priorities. Also understand that traditionally Monday through Friday, even though I might not like the services that are offered, maybe you need to redefine your business model to be more within line with your resources, because you'll burn out to begin with, or you'll flame out at some point. And to work for $24 an hour in Silicon Valley is like, I don't know how you do it. Clearly it's your passion, it's your life, it's your commitment. I get that. But back to my original thought is, what would it take for you to be sustained at your current rates to get you to January to maybe then be able to come in and say, Tim, hey, we received the $3 million grant.
Say $20,000 a month.
Okay, so,
Overhead, 2 salaries, and any other shared costs.
okay, so we're in September. So September, October, November, December. So you're telling me 80 grand?
Mhm.
Is there a way that, Mayor, what I'm thinking here is, I think it would be nice to not just approximate, but to really refine those numbers and have them come back and lay that out. And maybe this council would have a will to support something that is narrower in scope, because again, I don't think that this is sustainable by the city. I just, and I don't want to put a price on a human being. That's not fair to the council. It's not fair to you. But what I'm really hoping for is you're going to see some buy-in either by other jurisdictions or through grants being awarded, and hopefully we can maybe give you some of our expertise in moving that forward. If you need it, you might not need it. You might say, hey, Tim, we already got this, and I'm fine with that as well. But we need to find some common ground here, because I just don't, I can't go there with you for 175.
I think if we can fund it through December, we will definitely have a word back from several grantors. We might not have the funding in our hands, but we would be awarded or not, we would be notified either way. But to fund the program to its current state at 90,000 and then to walk away without continued support was almost, what was the point of the first 90,000? So we almost have to continue this till December with the intention that something needs to seriously happen or funding from another source, so that the work can continue.
Right. And again, I think you need to explore all your options and alternatives, and what's plan B, C, or D, with the worst case scenario that you can't get the funding necessary and you just stop, which is not in anybody's best interest. So that would be my recommendation to you, and that would be my recommendation to council to move this thing forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. You had a comment, Mr. Resendez?
Yes. So so you worked at substance abuse referrals. You worked at substance abuse department, correct? When somebody overdoses in the hospital, do they not refer them to substance abuse? Is that not how you get referrals?
They do references to behavioral health.
It depends on their insurance. If they're a private pay insurance, if it's a Kaiser patient, if it's a Blue Cross Blue Shield patient, if it's a drug Medi-Cal, if it's a private pay, if they're indigent or here illegally, there's different funding streams that pay for those services. So it really depends on, or if it's an out of county drug Medi-Cal, if it's somebody that was visiting from Santa Clara County or Monterey County, Santa Cruz County, they're not going to be able to receive services here in San Benito County after an overdose.
Okay. But they do get a referral to our local substance abuse department.
Not, it depends on their insurance, really.
Okay. And then I think the PD can back me up on this. If someone's 5150, there's a 24-hour crisis worker through behavioral health.
I don't know if it's 24 hours. You're talking about the safe team?
A crisis
So
worker.
I do know that they do call a clinician when there is like a 5150, they'll call a clinician in there that kind of does an assessment and then assess them to see if they need further assistance with, with their mental health needs.
Yeah. Okay. Again, what I would like to see is if you're going to, okay, so it seems like there's not a strong partnership between you and behavioral health, but you're working on it. And it seems like you're trying to find a different avenue to get funding from behavioral health by involving the state.
No, that's not it at all. There's a
Okay.
capital infrastructure project to bridge youth services, substance abuse services that gives 500, this round of funding was $13 million allocated to San Benito County. And so in order to access those funds to purchase a capital, the intent was originally to purchase a property to offer youth residential services as a level of care within the ASAM level of care. So being that I was at behavioral health, I've written several contracts to contract services out because this county doesn't offer that level of care. And so what happens is if a youth overdoses and Michael assesses them and says he's in need of a residential level of care, where are we going to send him? The closest place to send a juvenile right now is Tarzana, which is in LA County. So when you're talking about resiliency of a family and reunification and healing and trauma, we're now sending this kid who's just overdosed and now we're separating him from his family. We don't know what's happening down in LA, and that we're just kind of, shoo him off. We spend $30,000 or more, 60 grand to house this juvenile in LA for 30 days when we can serve him and his family and the community right here in San Benito County.
If we had somewhere to house them.
So there's 3 capital acquisition grants that I'm working on right now with the Tri-County partnerships. I don't want to say their names, but some are for private and nonprofit county government agencies that would like youth recovery connections, not because of our history and our experience working in substance abuse, to develop these programs within the Tri-County. So it'll be a model in Hollister, in South Monterey County, and in Santa Cruz County. We just need, I think, a little bit more time. It's only been, if you think about it, we came before April, the money was delayed. So everything that we've done has been in 3 months, really. We've built an entire infrastructure program that should have taken a year to do in 3 months and have created some pretty incredible partnerships.
What I'd like to see again is a partnership between you and behavioral health. And I'd like to see some grants and a more sustainable model. I am a little bit concerned that we got the budget right as soon as we sat down as well. It would have been nice to have this beforehand too.
You do have it in your packet, in the packets that came with the agenda.
And that's the same thing as this?
This is a couple numbers off, but
Okay.
this was as of July 31st, and those are as of today's date. So
Okay.
just a comparison.
So let's just recap. We gave you $90,000. I do think 175,000 is quite a bit of money. I'm concerned that it's not a sustainable business model, and I'd like to see more investment from some of the partners and grants before putting more money into this.
How would you recommend us reaching out other than the strategies we've tried with behavioral health?
We're happy to write a letter. I don't think that we've been approached to write a letter, but at this point, again, another $175 without having a sustainable business model and without having anybody else funding it other than the city of Hollister. I do see there's a private donor of $2,300. I'm just wondering, is it really sustainable? And if not, what can we do to help you get there and not have to keep carrying?
So the thing about it is, this is the thing about it, right? I mean, you can choose not to fund us, and I get that, I mean, that's totally your guys's, if that's your business, if you choose to do that, I want to talk about the kids are going to be dying because, we're not there to support them. That's what I want to talk about, right? You have a program that's here, that's been a program, the only program here for several years. It's not working. It just hasn't been working. It's not going to work. It's just what it is, and with that being said, I mean, there's several kids, mind you, that say that they will not go there because the way that they're treated there, right? So they come to us for that support. They come to us and want that guidance and that support. So my thing is, even though you don't fund us, and again, that's your business, whether you choose to or not, we're just asking for a little bit of help. That's all, and if we can get to December, then we're going to get to where we need to be. I can promise you that. I'm pretty resilient, and I have a passion for what I do. I think you guys heard me say that a million times over, but I really do. I am these kids, and because I am these kids, this is what I do, and I think they know that as well. And I think their families know that as well. So it's going to be it's going to be a sad day, if these kids got to continue to suffer out there, because that's what's going to happen. They're going to continue to suffer and they're going to continue to die, because that's what's been happening, and that's going to continue to happen.
Thank you. Let me, if you're done, Mr. Resendez, do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, we have Tina Garza.
Good evening, council members. Mayor Vasquez, I come before you as a resident of Hollister, and I come to you because I have a child that has gone through the system and he was not successful. We started off with behavioral health, and there weren't a lot of resources available to him, and he's in a position where he's getting help. I had to take him out of San Benito County and into a different county in order for him to get services, and see him every couple months, but I see him, and I'd like to have something here for him. Annually in my position, we offer a red ribbon run, and it's for a drug-free community. His siblings run for him and everyone else. As my position, I don't know if I can talk about that up here, but in recreation, we are the prevention and intervention. And I sit in on meetings with the youth recovery committee behind me. And what they've done in 3 months is a lot what the county has done in 5 years. When my child was involved with different activities in the city, I called and said, what can I do? I need to do something. I need to be proactive and quit pointing the finger at someone. So I'm a board member for behavior health. And I didn't, 3 years, I didn't see anything. Maybe this last year or two, there've been some activities going on, but not a lot of resolution or solutions. And when I'm with the group and some of their other partners, there's movement. And as a city, I think we just need to support all of our residents, whether they are county, San Juan Bautista, Aromas, Hollister. There are children and there are future, and 69 deaths of fentanyl. That's a lot. And they're right. There's a new, I stay up on it only because I want to be aware, because I have 2 other children. One's off at college and another is 12 years old. So I want to be aware. And this rainbow fentanyl is out there, you guys. And it's a Skittles. It looks like Skittles. We just have to learn to educate our community. And, it starts with our leaders. It starts with collaboration, and it starts with educating. And I have a positive, I feel good about the group that's with us today. Thank you.
very much.
We have Monica Hernandez on Zoom.
Monica, I think you're on mute.
Hi, everyone. My name is Monica Hernandez, and I am a resident here in Hollister. And I am a community navigator as well from First Five San Benito. And I am here today because on the past week, I have a parent that came to the office seeking for help. And she was seeking for a recovery center because she has problems with drug substance abuse. So I called to behavioral health and they told me that they couldn't do anything that day. The only thing that I can do was take this patient to the ER, and I did. We spent around 3 or 4 hours then there, and the doctor there told me, no, that's not the way we work. So I called back to the behavioral health, and they apologized and said that the information they give me was a mistake. So this client was frustrated and really mad. The second day we went to behavioral health again, and we tried to make an appointment, and they made it really hard. And finally they did, but was because we were there. If this person doesn't have any support, it's probably that she doesn't have the appointment. So they make an assessment for her, and in order to refer her to a recovery residential house, takes 1 week. And I tried to connect with them, and they didn't answer to me until this day. So tomorrow is going to be more than 1 week. And this person is outside, and we don't know what something could happen. And they are not doing anything. So I have a question. Why do you guys put a lot of barriers to our community and the people who need support? I just want to understand that, because you guys want youth recovery to make a partnership with somebody that doesn't answer phones, doesn't make appointments for people who really need support. So I want to understand that, please. I don't know if any of you can answer that question.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any speakers?
No, there are no more speakers.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
I just am going to ask you for one favor. As much effort as you put to come here, all 3 meetings, as many people as you organize to come here and to share their testimonies, I want you to do the same thing with the county. They have to get on board. And if they're not, they need to come out publicly and say that, because it's not fair. It's not fair, not just for this crisis, but with several other programs. We do our part, and we're in this together. We don't have a lot of resources. I get it, but you can get on the agenda. You can get up there and show a presence. You can ask them the same thing that you're asking for. And if they don't, then they need to go on the record and say that in public. That's all I ask of you before we see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What is the pleasure of the council?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve with a reduced rate of $80,000 and ask them to come back in January at their first council meeting to explore where they're at and what their successes have been. I also ran my dirty math. It was really bad. So it's really about $4,500 per person if they actually have seen 40 Hollister residents. And so $4,500, I mean, it's priceless in my mind. And I do want to buy you guys some time, but I couldn't agree more with Councilmember Resendez as well. You know, if the county isn't going to get on board, we need to know that, because maybe we can rally the community at that point to do something more, or who knows. And again, I would encourage you to reach out to our city manager to see what maybe he can direct in the way of grants and that expertise we have, because it is important to our community. You know, one life makes a difference, in my opinion. So that's my recommendation,
second
Mayor.
that. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
I'd
Aye.
like to, no discussion on that motion?
Go ahead.
I'd like for the councils to consider also writing either a letter or sending a very strong message to the county,
Yes.
basically saying that should be a priority. That I think what you said, Roland, was spot on. Either they let us know they're not gonna be partners, and then I think we need to, really prioritize what our community needs. We spend millions of dollars on traffic calming, engineering projects and roundabouts that don't work and all this other stuff, but we can't spend, under $100,000 to save the lives when we know other systems are failures. So I just want the council to really just consider that we need to just not say, hey, you need to do a better job of organizing at the county level, but this council really needs to really either do a resolution or a letter or even show up at the county to also state that this is a priority for us, if it really is a priority for us.
Thank you. I appreciate it, but I would say that characterizing traffic calming as a mistake or not working is inappropriate. There's a motion, there was a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
I'm gonna vote no, so it's 4-1. And then we'll take a 10-minute break. This time, we're going to resume the meeting and move to item F4.
If it's at the will of the council, I'd like to move to have item G5, the appointment of the planning commissioner, be moved up, please.
We actually would request at the beginning of the meeting,
I understand that we've done that in the past and we have a board consensus on that.
but we had talked about this before, that we would do this so we wouldn't have this issue again. We remember we had this conversation and there was a little bit of an outburst, so we made it clear that we'd ask at the very beginning of the meeting.
Mayor, I've heard what you said and I understand that, but as a point of, well, actually, it's a professional courtesy so that they don't necessarily have to sit here until 11 o'clock tonight. Is there any reason we couldn't adjust this agenda at this time?
Not legally, but it sounds procedurally, but not legally.
Okay, so Mayor, I'd like to make an exception this time as a professional courtesy to that individual. I think this will take like 3 minutes max, and I promise to be quiet.
That's the part that concerns me. What item were we talking about here again?
Appointment of the
Okay.
planning commission.
Consensus to move G5 forward.
Sure. Yes.
Okay.
I'll still be here.
Back of the line now. Item G5.
Mr. Mayor, we have a recommendation from Councilmember Morales to appoint Stephen DeLong to vacancy on our planning commission. I don't have the exact amount of time, but I think it's been vacant for some time. And that is the recommendation.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is that your choice, Ms. Morales?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is there a consensus to ratify that? Troy?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for volunteering. We need more people like you.
We're going to move back to F4.
There's one.
Good evening, William Vi, Community Services Director. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. The item here before you tonight is a resolution to authorize a waiver of municipal code competitive bidding requirements and the purchase of municipal vehicles. For about the last 2 years, vehicle manufacturers have been behind schedule in building and delivering vehicles to government entities and private individuals alike. The recent supply system shortages have increased the delay in building vehicles and has turned the automotive industry towards an order first type of purchase. This creates problems for government agencies that use the bid process. The unavailability of vehicles, vehicle prices, and build slots, even to dealers, causes dealerships to avoid the bid process because they are unsure of the delivery date of the vehicles and the projected costs, since more than a year delay may cause the model year to change, increasing the cost. The municipal code, section 3.06270 lists exceptions that include cooperative purchasing and sole sourcing. And section 3.06260 states, quote, upon approval of the city council, the city manager shall have the power without notice, advertisement, or competitive bidding to purchase for and on behalf of the city any supplies, material, equipment, or contractual service. So with the above details in mind, Community Services is requesting authorization to use Sourcewell, a cooperative bidding agency, and direct purchasing of vehicles for the current fiscal year only, and to avoid delays that may increase the costs of the needed vehicles. This is the first resolution. The next item on the agenda is a continuation of this to allow the city manager to sign a lease agreement for the lease purchase of a sweeper that was approved in the budget already. This is just the second one will be the authorization. This first one is to authorize the waiver of the bid requirements.
Is there any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor.
And this just be for this fiscal year and then return back to.
Yes, if
Waiver.
if it continues to be a problem next fiscal year, we'll come back to council again to get another authorization, but this is just for this fiscal year.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Move to item F5.
Good evening again. Here I am still. So this resolution will authorize the city manager to enter into a 72-month lease purchase agreement with Leasing 2 Inc. to finance the purchase of a Schwartz A7 street sweeper in the amount of $393,939 purchased from municipal maintenance equipment. Again, this is through Sourcewell. It's a competitively bid national bid. And the first payment will be $68,452, and that will be the same yearly payment for 6 years. And then we'll owe zero at the end. We'll own it outright.
Thank you. Any questions from council?
Mayor,
Go ahead, sir.
maybe more for the city manager. I've looked at this, and it looks to me like if we were willing to pay the entire price up front, we would save about somewhere, if I recall, somewhere between $55,000 to $60,000.
I'm not gonna do the math in my head, but.
It didn't work well for me the last time, so.
Yeah.
I'm a little.
Yeah, I think
skeptical
it's
of your
about
math now.
I think it's about 4.5%.
4.5%.
Right, but when I looked at it, the payout, the interest, if we buy it, we don't have to pay any of that interest.
Correct.
And so I'm 100%, I want to buy it, but I want to buy it. I don't want to lease it. And I understand that this is really a buy. It's just like going to the car dealership and buying it on time. And so for me, I'd rather have that $55,000 or $60,000 to buy another work truck, another car, 2 cars, something else. I believe we have the money, so I don't think that's an issue.
Correct.
And I see the value when you don't have the resources, but I'd rather have that $55,000 or whatever that number is. So I support it. I just want to buy it right out. That'd be my recommendation to council. Thank you, Mayor.
Customer everyone dreams of. Do we have any speaker cards?
No, we don't.
Is there a motion?
Well, I'd like to make a motion to approve, but buy it outright, not lease it for 6 years and own it.
Thank you, sir. There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Encourage you. You now own a street sweeper, Mr. Burns.
Thank you.
Perfect.
And all the maintenance costs that come with it. We'll now move to item G1, reports from city council members regarding their committees on which they serve. Council member Burns,
I have nothing to report, Mayor. Thank you.
Council member Sendez,
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Council member Perez,
Thing to report. Excuse me.
Council member Morales.
We had a meeting with the business events committee where we focused on concerns, and the community made several recommendations to include businesses that were on the street, on the side of the street, not on the main street. Some of them, and first of all, thank you, Fire Chief Bob, for attending the meeting. I think your input was really valuable for public safety and just the coordination that would take. So thank you for your comments and your thoughts. A lot of the recommendations were, I think, out of frustration and the fact that they felt like a lot of the events did not take them into consideration. I think Parts did a wonderful job. Thank you, Tina, for explaining why certain routes are the way that they are, so that there's better transparency and communication. Chief Bob explained the reasoning in terms from a public safety perspective, why certain things just could not happen. We proposed really good alternatives, I think, that were appreciated by our business community and how we would move forward in terms of the events. I think moving forward, I'm speaking on behalf of Councilmember Perez, or Vice Mayor Perez, and I would like stability, better planning and coordination. We'd like for the city to take the lead on coordinating the meetings, publishing an agenda, minutes, having really thoughtful either presentations or dialogues about events, and really looking forward in terms of what does it look like if we do have a bike rally. What are some of the planning steps that we need to do? If it's not the bike rally per our election coming up, then what alternatives do we have for our city, for our business community to have alternative events that may be smaller? So we'd like to continue that discussion, but having the city take the lead on that.
Is that it?
No. We also had a water committee, what governments committee, where there was a discussion about just the deficiencies in the waters in the various systems. There's a lot that we need to do. So I'd like to come back and then have a 5-minute presentation from them just to give us some recommendations and how we can be stronger partners. There's a lot to do in terms of the drought and the water conservation efforts that I think the city can lean on, or at least be a partner in. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any reports. We'll now move to item G2, informational reports from City Council. Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. So I do have a few items. So I would like to have a organizational chart citywide for the city completed, and one for the departments specifically, to also show authorized but not filled positions currently. I would also like to get an update on the downtown sign that we've allocated to be built at considerable expense, to know where we're at in regards to that. I'd like to get council's consent to reserve the month of October for Breast Cancer Awareness Month, to fly the breast cancer flag for that month. And I'd also like to get a proclamation or a resolution in regards to that. I would like to talk for a moment about the parks in District 4. I will say that they're extremely well used. I do want to thank the city and the police department for installing the cameras at Las Brisas Park. I still have questions about removal of the fence at Clower Park, or a reduction in its size. And I noticed during the weekend that Valley View, or the water park, was extremely well used. I appreciate that all of my parks in my district seem to be well irrigated. They're green, they're lush, they're well used, but they all appear to need some sort of shade structures, from the smaller ones to the larger ones. And the Valley View, the extension of that park, it's gorgeous, but there was nobody on it. I mean, it was like everybody's by the water features. And so I'm wondering if there couldn't be some other uses. I understand that it's probably designed for soccer, little league, softball, pickup football games, all that kind of stuff. But I'm wondering if we couldn't find some other ways to use that as well. And again, I think all of my parks need shade structures. Yeah, it's naturally hot right now, but nonetheless, I think we could benefit from that. I would like to ask when we're going to finish the renaming of Union Road. There's still a sign on the highway that says Union that goes up the hill. And then as of Friday, there were at least 2 signs on Fairview that need to be switched out. So I'd like to complete that project, please. Every week or every council meeting now, the mayor's taken it upon himself to mention that 2 individuals have lost a lawsuit and have to pay legal services. And I want to confirm if that's in fact true. And if so, what the city's enforcement actions are going to be to collect that money, because if it's money owed, it should be money collected. And so also want to, in the spirit of transparency and accountability, request that a fact-finding independent investigation be completed by an out-of-county agency into the police department's recent shooting of the Mountain Lion in District 4. I want to be clear, this request is inquisitive, it's not accusatory. And I'm also asking that the body camera footage be released when appropriate for that incident. And then finally, I want to personally thank Vice Mayor Perez and the city for moving what appears to be very quickly to put up the cooling centers. I hope that we have a process and a policy in place, but if not, I think we need to move forward to create that policy. And I think we also need to look at a warming center with winters coming on. And I understand that there may actually be a senior citizen community in the city of Hollister that does not have air conditioning. And so I'm not gonna get into Vice Mayor Perez's comments, but I want to key that up because I have some real concerns about that too, if in fact we do have a senior community that is lacking of that. But amazing work by the city and the county in this case to get those things up. And I don't know if this is my first experience on council where there was a clear need for that, but thank you, everybody. And I hope that they were used and utilized. But even if they weren't, just the ability for that, I think really speaks to the commitment by this city, by this council, by the city staff to do the right thing for the right reason. So thank you, Mayor. That completes my comments.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So before COVID, I don't know if you remember, Tina, I was talking about Dunn Park and having like a toddler park with a little artificial grass hill. So I saw this over the weekend. My cousin posted pictures. It's something really simple that we can do, but I think we can repurpose, and I'd like for the Arts and Culture Commission to get involved in this, Dunn Park, to create a little toddler area with a little hill where the kids get cardboard and go down the little hill, and then make little toddler friendly activities there. And then of course I envision other like oversized furniture, oversized games, and lots of bright, colorful art is what I was thinking. It's called placemaking. So if we can do that, I think we can bring some more people there. And anyhow, that's one thing. Also for Tina, last year, I think we had talked about having Mexican music as an option for the summer concert series. There is a gentleman who was offered to, that lives in my district, to join the concert series and play Mexican music. So I was hoping we can look into that. And then there's a woman whose mother was an artist in my district and she asked me about this a while ago, and I'm just not sure what it is, but I think the Arts and Culture Commission could look into it. She says she has zinc plates from her mother, over 200 of them. I don't know what to do with them. I'm not even sure what they are. I thought they were plates that you eat off of, but after looking into it, I think it's more like etchings and zinc plates for prints. So, I mean, I think that's a task that we can look into with the Arts and Culture Commission, and maybe honoring her mother. So if we could look into that. I'm wondering where we're at with the homeless JPA. So I just wanted to put that out there. Again, Alvarado and Santa Ana, this one constituent calls me quite often. So there was another couple of car accidents over there, I believe. And I'm hoping, I think we talked about probably putting speed humps. So I know they're not getting classified as accidents, they're getting classified as incidents, Chief. That's the problem. But there's lots and lots of hit and runs there. Right on the corner of Alvarado and Santa Ana. There's been quite a few. GPAC, I understand there was a conversation about the GPAC. I was not able to come to the last city council meeting, but I'm just wondering what's going on with the GPAC. This is long overdue. I heard at the last council meeting that it's not coming forth, and that's quite disappointing. I'll be very honest with you, and we should have had that. And also GPAC members are asking us. So I just think it just feels like it's just taking way too long. I saw that the speed humps were installed on R.L. Hardin, so I want to thank you for doing that, or the city staff for doing that. I know that there's speed humps on Buena Vista, but on the other side of Calaveras, right in between the first roundabout, I think it's the first roundabout, and the stop sign where the kids walk, there are quite a bit of speeders. And I was spending some time over there with some constituents, and I'm hoping that we can put some speed humps there, right in that little area, as quickly as possible. So there's a little speeding sign that tracks your speed, and then there's a roundabout. It's right on the other side of Calaveras. We've got lots of kids walking there too. And I stood there and I talked to this constituent for quite a while, and they are speeding to the point where the sign says too fast. Sorry, I've got a bit of a list. I know I normally don't do this, so bear with me. I was watching the school board meeting, and they had some inquiries for the planning department as far as what's going on with the Rosati project, the parking lot, the walkway over there. So if we can get back to them on that. They've got some questions about possibly CFDs or increasing their development fees. And they also did mention something about our contract with the share use facilities agreement. And all of this was at the back of the meeting, so you don't waste all your time watching it. It was during the reports at the very back of the meeting on YouTube. So if we can look into that. By direction to the city manager. Oh, and we can get the puppies to come back. And I don't know what I wrote this for. Provide directions to the city manager. Oh, I think it was for Councilmember Morales. Oh, and can we just provide direction to you to write a letter to the county that we'd like to see? So I'm hoping that we can do that and not have to take an actual vote on it, to see some support from them on the fentanyl crisis. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez.
First of all, you know what? I'd like to thank all the community, all the employees, all the people that Zoom in. Thank you for participating in all of our city council meetings and any other meetings you guys go to. It's like, without you guys, you guys make it work. Anyways, thank you for speaking up. The Autumn Salinas I'd like to get a consensus on getting her to be able to do a presentation about the display for the veterans. I do support the October Yes breast. Also, I also support the letter to the county. Cooling center. You know, I don't know if anyone showed up, but I know that usually it takes 2 to 3 years. I know that the city has done something similar to before, but I don't know if we actually have that module or that plan of action for the cooling center or for the warming shelter. But I'd like to see if we can get that done permanently. And so that way, you know, people can get used to coming out to these cooling centers or cooling or warming centers. The parks, yes, good topic. Wait, do we have a list of the order of parks that we're going to be renovating, updating to ADA and stuff? If instead of District 4, you get a lot of parks that are getting fixed and replaced and upgraded and everything. That's great. I'm glad for District 4, but there's a couple more districts that need some work. And so if we can like spread that love to all over the city, and maybe come up with a schedule, because I know Dunn Park is way outdated and not up to date with the ADA accessibilities. And it's old. Problem with the older district, it gets older and it needs more maintenance. I'm finding that out as a human also. But yeah, if we can come up with a list, I mean, we don't have to, at least one in order, because I don't know about these other districts, but it's like, I feel like we've been needing some help at Dunn Park for a long time. We've talked about Brett, about some other things, adding to there. So I'd like to see some work get done in some other districts also. And also a list. I know I asked Brett and William for a list of streets that are slated to get the infamous speed humps. Also, I'd like to get an updated list to get an approximate date, because I'm getting people that want these things now because everyone gets them in front of their house. So now I'm getting a lot of phone calls that people want these all over the place. So they want to know a approximate time schedule. I'd also like to get a same list except for streets. I've put in, I think, 4 different areas where they need some sidewalks, and I've already told my constituents that the sidewalks are on the way, alleys are on the way, sidewalks are on the way, and so they ask when. And so if we can get even something next year, this year we wanted to tack these amount of streets, or these amount of speed humps and these amount of sidewalks, and then next year we're gonna tackle 20 more or whatever. But it'd just be nice if I'd be able to give them an answer, even if it's 10 years from now. Then that would be an alley. But anyways, that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Morales.
Thank you. I'd like to have the city council consider doing a resolution or a letter of support for First Five. They're looking to build a community center. There's one that's modeled after, I believe it's Vallejo. They received about 22, or looking to receive $22 million. I think the library also obtained a very large multi-million-dollar grant. So we like a letter of support for that project. Also want to know the status of the salary study for our employees. I think we're supposed to have it a while ago. I'm not sure what happened with that. Also, we were supposed to get back the business application to broaden it from 2 very specific items to make it broader. I'd like to love to have a partina in my district. I know that's a wish list, but I also, with the help of our city attorney, would like to make sure I have the correct language to bring back council pay. And I'd like to amend our council agenda item request to include a timeline of the items and when they're going to be completed. So I know that we have a lot of different items that have the majority of the council for movement, but we have no idea of when they might be completed. So like just an approximate timeline of what we can expect that back. I am in support of having a letter to the county for behavioral health and fentanyl or substance abuse. I would like the city to provide support, and I'd like to get a status on where we are with our grant contract that we have, if they've written any grants, if we're getting any grants, or what they're doing, because I know we have a contract with them. I also like to see a plan of action for our assistant city manager as to the training, the public information, communication, or the strategy, the plan of action for obtaining grants for all of the priority areas for the council. I'd like to elevate to make sure that we prepare for the budget process, a mid-year process, and make sure that we have the council identifying priorities and making sure that we have everything on a timeline. I also support Council Member Burns' fact-finding investigation and body cam release, the flag for breast cancer awareness, and Vice Mayor Perez list of sidewalks.
Is that it? Go ahead.
Excuse me, sorry about that. I had to read my own writing, so it got mixed up. I have a question. I have a constituent that he's a paraplegic. He's in a wheelchair. His mother's disabled. His father's disabled. And they cannot get the proper application. They called and applied want to apply for an application. And they were told that that the number of permits for handicap parking in front of your house have been fulfilled this year. And they were not allowed to do any more. So do we have a number of handicap parking spaces that we do we have a limit on that? Do we have what's going on with that?
Yeah, we don't like, now that I know that we do handicap permits for parking, the issue would be that most of our streets are not ADA, would not be ADA compliant to put in an ADA parking spot because of the crown of our roads.
Oh, well, they just happen to have a disabled, an ADA ramp in front of their house.
Okay, but yeah, but the problem would be is the road itself would not be level enough. I'll work with our city engineer to look at it and see if there's any solutions. But
okay.
Is that it? Yeah, first, I want to say prayers to the family that lost their loved one last night in a pedestrian accident in our town. So prayers to your family. Condolences. Wanted to also thank emergency services for their work. They do have the plan for the cooling centers and they jumped into action pretty quick on that. So I want to thank them for having that plan in place. And we saw that it worked as a team longer than most of them I've seen in the past. This heat wave seems to go on and on. The question about, and I thank you, Mr. Burns, I'm going to bring up my judgments. We have a few judgments from the court against Irma Gonzalez for a frivolous lawsuit brought forward against the city and myself and Mr. Resendez, and also Elias Salinas, the total of which is approximately $27,000. The judgments have been signed by the court, and I believe the attorneys have forwarded the city that judgment, so we can move forward on collections on that. So Mr. Burns doesn't have to hear me bring it up at every meeting. I think it's very important. I do appreciate you bringing it up, but I think it is time to go to collect on that. It's a shame that something was brought like that in the first place, but I guess that's politics, but the taxpayer should not have to pay for it. That's all I have. City manager.
good. I got 3 pages there. So looks like we have support for the breast cancer flag and proclamation. We are working on getting the fence removed at Clower Park, which hopefully be very soon. We will probably discuss part of it as a budget process and maybe a little earlier, the straight structures, come up with a solution for that. Highway 25, I'll work with Public Works, but because of the part of it's on Caltrans right away. So that we're kind of at their mercy, but we'll look at the other ones that are in the city's control. Collection for the loss, we'll work on that. For the incident with the mountain lion and the
I'm a no. I want to make that clear.
yeah, no, yeah. Okay, so we got sorry. We'll definitely work with the county's emergency services to maybe work on a more joint policy for cooling and warming centers, just to make sure that we have a good policy in place. Sorry. A lot of these are just more to it appears that we had consensus for the puppy agenda item to be brought forward, and we'll get that in the next couple meetings.
I think wasn't the chief going to look at it first, and then if there's issues, he'd bring it back to us, or one of the council members wants to look a little deeper into it to make sure.
Okay, are we?
I'd like to have it come back at the next council meeting.
Okay, we usually do wait 2 meetings.
Okay.
Because we'd have to be rushing it out. But do we have consensus with that? Sorry, I don't see consensus.
I have consent. I would agree if we know there's an issue.
Okay.
If we don't know, that's all I'm asking for. Is there an issue? Or
Okay.
not that we have to address on it.
So-
So I don't want to hear about any puppy mills out there, and that's
Okay.
definitely something we need to be all over.
I'll kind of
that's
switch a little bit.
happening.
I'll work with staff to
So
make sure
need
that
to
we
make
are
sure
looking into
it's
those.
tight. So if there's something missing, definitely want to see that back.
Work on schedule. It was already planned to work with Autumn Salinas to bring back her item. And then we had support for the letter to the county for the fentanyl crisis again. We've been trying to work with First Five to do a letter of support. It sounds like they're already past that point, but I'll look into if they are still in need of that letter. We asked them earlier for this agenda item, and they got back to us after their deadline, but I'll make sure if they still need that letter, we'll get it to council. We're working on a letter for the status of the grants. Sorry. And we'll work on action plan, and that's all I have.
Thank you, sir. City Attorney,
Nothing to report, Mayor and Council.
Chief,
And nothing to report.
City Clerk.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. We will now move to item G3.
Mayor and Council, hello again. I'm here in regards to future projects for animal control. This includes the possibility for the purchase of city spay and neuter equipment. I'm hoping I can hear all your guys' inputs on this matter and be able to answer any questions you might have.
Let me ask, do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, we have to.
I'd like to hear some of those ideas first, and then we can go from there.
Alex Reinstadt.
Okay.
Like to support it, no.
Melissa Casillas.
Good evening, council members, and Mayor Velasquez, Chief Reynoso. My name is Melissa Casillas, and I am born and raised Hollister resident, and I'm also the chief bottle feeder of Cat Crew Rescue. We started in 2020 out of a need for just more support in our community for animal services. And it's been a rough ride. I'm here to basically speak about the need that we have in our community for animal services. I thought that this was fitting for this topic. In 2021, we impacted over 1,400 cats and dogs in our community. That rescue, TNR, trap, neuter, return services, transferring to other rescues, that kind of thing. We also, this year currently, we've rescued over 500 cats and dogs. We have trapped and fixed almost 200 cats within our community. We have a waiting list of people needing trapping and relocation services. We prioritized seniors, disabled, homeless population people, and we are really overwhelmed at the need. We get emails and phone calls almost on a daily basis. We get messages through social media, and we need help. Last year, we spent over $45,000 in veterinary costs. And a lot of that money was fundraised on our own, and that's a whole other segment of rescue. We need a facility, an adoption facility. Currently, we have over 200 fosters spread out over 27 foster homes, 27 private foster homes that we have to facilitate adoptions through. Our average adoption rate is approximately 18 animals per month. So we don't adopt out very fast. And a lot of our fosters age out, so we can't adopt young, cute, adorable kittens. We usually have a lot of teenagers that we need to adopt or young adults. We need a facility. We need a better relationship with our shelter. We've had a relationship with our shelter. They've given out my cell number when, people have come forward with requests that they couldn't accommodate, and we have done our best to accommodate them. We need a more sustainable solution for this problem, because we're going to burn out, and we're just a group of passionate people that love our animals, and we want to see them treated better. And I'm going to end this little spiel on a quote from Gandhi. The greatness of a nation can be judged by the way its animals are treated.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Lindsay Sanders.
Hi there, I'm Dr. Lindsay Sanders. Thank you for having me here tonight, and thank you for your time. I'm here representing San Benito Veterinary Center. I am one of the veterinarians there, and I am also an owner of that clinic. And I am here to try and help the situation. So I know that there is an extreme need to help with the feral cat community here. It is in a bit of a crisis situation. There is also a need for low-cost spay and neuter services for our clients who are lower income, who struggle to afford basic necessities and veterinary care. And I'm passionate about making that more accessible to them. We do have a working relationship with our shelter where we spay and neuter their animals that they adopt out, which has been fantastic. They also bring us sick or injured animals that they find. But I think that it's time for us to expand those services with the help of the city to encourage help with the community, with the feral population, and with client-owned animals for those low-income groups that are out there. And so I have sent a proposal to the mayor, and I believe that was distributed to you on how we can help with that. What we are proposing is allowing for animals to be brought to us for feral cats per day that we can spay or neuter at a cost to the city, a very reduced cost. And that should allow roughly 4 times the amount of spay and neuters that are currently being performed by SNP-Bus in a 1-month period. In addition to that, we would also like to offer a program for low-income residents who need help spaying and neutering their socialized or friendly cats, their house cats, and also their dogs as well. So if you have that proposal in front of you that has the cost breakdown, my recommendation would be to have it on a voucher kind of program where people apply based on their financial need, which they prove to you guys with their income status. And then they will be required to make a copay that is at a significantly reduced amount so that you guys have like a sliding scale of how much the city is covering for those animals and how much the client is paying on their behalf. And all of those procedures would be done at cost. So that is at no profit to us, but we see the need in the community. And we are very passionate about reducing the amount of feral animals that are on the streets, and also the amount of unwanted breedings and other situations with loose dogs who are intact and searching for mates. So we're really passionate about spay and neuter, and we're here to help. I would like to speak on the idea of the bus, if you guys would allow me time to do that after those kind of ideas are presented.
Yeah, let's, do we have more speakers? Why don't we'll finish up with the other speakers and then we'll call you back.
Perfect.
Thank you for being here, by the way.
Yes, we have one more speaker on Zoom, Kevin Barcelos.
Hi, this is Kevin Barcelos, longtime Hollister resident. And as several of you are aware, this is a subject that's near and dear to my heart. I was, part of the original contingent that lobbied for the SNP-Bus contract, and I think overall that program was considered a success. I do have quite a close relationship with Dr. Sanders and San Benito Veterinary Center, and would highly support expanding the relationship between the animal services function of the city and their practice. Have nothing but good things to say about their service and their support for the rescue community. We really wouldn't be able to do the things we're able to do without their support. And I hope that the city expands that relationship accordingly. The one piece of comment that I have on the potential for investing in a city-owned SNP bus or a some sort of mobile surgical facility is, in practice, it is really difficult to keep those types of facilities manned. We have in our community, we have Pet Friends that has its own surgery suite that has not been able to use it hardly at all because they've not been able to find either veterinarians that can practice on a regular basis, or veterinary assistants, which are as important for delivery of those services that can come out kind of on a periodic basis. And there's a very large risk that if you spend a couple $100,000, $250,000 on a piece of equipment, that it's going to sit there unused because you're not going to have veterinary staff to be able to use it appropriately and on the frequency that investment requires. So I really like the focus on this problem to be on our existing service providers that are currently delivering those services and are in the position to expand those services to benefit more members of the community. So thank you very much, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a new speaker?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Resendez.
Thank you. I have some questions for the doctor, if that's okay. So Kevin's right. He did help bring the SNP bus here along with myself and the mayor several years ago. And I went to tour it. Okay. So essentially they take this bus out to a piece of property and they have all these cats and everything. So what does your vision look like? And what is your position on like having such access to such a vehicle like that?
Yes. So I think that those events are great and certainly needed, but there are some limitations with that. So like Kevin spoke about, manning a bus is difficult. The SNP bus is unique in its position that they are a traveling location and they employ a veterinarian full time with their various grants, city funding, things of that nature. So they're kind of in a unique position to help with that. From my understanding, their contract is possibly going to end soon. And in Hollister, from my understanding, they only come once a month. So that's roughly 40 cats per session. And so for me, my goal is to fix more cats, because when you have a cat who's going out and reproducing, they're reproducing exponentially with every litter that they're making. And so for me, I think we need to be much more aggressive in our trap, neuter, and release efforts. And so to see that volume increase is really important. And so my proposition is to have 4 slots, which is just going to be behind our clinic. They'll be labeled numbers 1 through 4. People in the community can trap, and some of our rescue partners, such as Cat Crew, have agreed to provide traps to families or owners in need of trapping help. And then they will come on a first come, first serve basis where they drop the cats in spots 1 through 4. They'll be fixed that day and then returned to those owners. They'll leave their contact information so that they can release them to the area that they were found. The importance of that is that when you spay and neuter animals and return them to the location where they were found, they're taking up that territory. So they're going to be in that area using resources, finding food, and that's preventing cats who are not fixed from coming in. So then you're going to see a rapid decrease in the feral cat population, which is really what we need. And so my goal is just to provide more of those services, increase the amount of spays and neuters that we're doing for the feral community on a monthly basis. And we also want to expand to the low income residents I frequently see unwanted litters from low-income residents because of their inability to access affordable spay and neuter care, and their animals are then getting out. Animal control is hunting them down, taking up their time and resources. And that's unfortunate for everybody. And so my vision for that is, once again, them getting a voucher from the city, where their, spay and neuter costs are partially funded. And then we can set them up on an appointment basis. The benefit of us doing the ferals on a daily basis, not just one day a week, is that it should be more accessible to the community as a whole. Not everybody can go on that one day. Cats are also unpredictable. So sometimes you place a trap for a cat in the hopes that you catch it for that one day and you just don't get it. So with us having more accessibility in terms of when they can bring those cats, that should lead to increased numbers as well.
So so you're saying the SNP does 40 a month, once a
Mhm.
month, that's
Yes.
it, countywide. So what are you able to,
4 per day, Monday through Friday.
okay, so 4 times 20. How many is that? 80?
2080. And we are also we're also happy to provide days as well on an appointment basis. So if people said we need to go out and do a large trapping project where they have predicted 40 cats, which we've seen in the past and we've facilitated those events, we're also happy to facilitate those once to twice a month as needed.
Do you see any benefit to having a bus like that? How about partnering with other communities using the bus?
You mean in terms of the city buying or purchasing their own bus?
Mhm.
I do not see a benefit to that because we already have the facility in place to provide those services.
Okay.
So I think it would be a shame to use the money on that structure when we already have the facility in place. That would be at no additional cost to the city.
Okay, fair enough. Just a quick story. When I first got elected, I don't know if this happened with everybody, but the city manager set up meetings with all these different department heads, and Dave Westrick took me up to Park Hill and he told me about the Helen Ross Fund. He told me that he wanted to redo that. But I do think we've got to be responsible about what we're doing, right? But before there was a problem, like why is it that we had to contract with SNP and we couldn't do it then with a local veterinarian? Like what's changed since then? I've been in office for 4 years.
Yeah, well, I'm a relatively new owner of the practice.
Got it.
So we purchased the practice in October of 2020, and we've been working with rescues, trying to make strides in contributing to the community. And so, we're in a place now where we have added more doctors and we have more availability. And so I feel that we're in a better position to offer that support.
Because even, I forget the rescue out there off of Pet Friends, they even have a surgical room there, but the same problem, they didn't have access to a local vet.
Yes. One of the reasons why we can offer this is because we are still able to offer this on days that we stay operational. So we're not losing a lot of our operational income. If you're asking a vet to work full-time at Pet Friends, the salary is not comparable to a salary of a small animal veterinarian.
Can you tell us about the Helen Ross Fund? Anybody?
Well, Helen Ross was a volunteer with the police department, animal control. And when she passed away, she left that money with instructions to use it for the help the animals here in our community at the animal shelter. And you're right, our plan was to open up a clinic or a spay and neuter clinic at Park Hill. And in combination with hopefully another dog park named after Ellen Ross. But that plan fell apart when those buildings had to be demolished because of the contamination that was there. And that led us down the road to try to purchase one of these vehicles as a solution. Obviously, building our own medical facility would be way more expensive. And she's right that she can provide the services right now, but that means that you would be contracting with one vet for those services. And if that ever changes, you would be back to square one as a city. And what the staff has worked on these possible solutions is to have the potential to work with not just one vet, but several, and to have those events throughout the city or at the shelter as when they're available. And she is correct that you do have to work with the veterinarian, of course. And our staff is reaching out to several different veterinarians to see which ones. There's no reason why we should just have one. They're busy as well. They have their own business to run. So if there's other vets that would want to partner with the city to provide more services, that's also something that we would be interested in.
How much money of the Helen
Mr.
Ross Fund?
Resendez, if I can hold on for a second. If
Oh.
I can get a consensus from the council, we're past 10 o'clock to continue. This is pretty urgent consensus. I mean, amongst us here. Oh,
So Mayor, I'm fine with going forward, but to have a conversation of this significance at 10 o'clock at night on a Monday night or Tuesday night, I really see this as a work session that probably should be done on a Saturday when we could enlist the community to come and participate. Great information. I've not heard one thing I disagree with, which is unusual, but it's a very big issue in my opinion. And I think it would behoove us as council to push this or continue this to that meeting to be determined in the near future, because again, we need to find a solution. I'm not 100% convinced that SNP bus isn't still an alternative as part of the bigger solution.
Oh, absolutely.
Although I don't necessarily like how things have evolved with them publicly recently, but I like what the vet has said. I like what the chief has said. I like what the proposal is. But it's big, and to do this at 10 o'clock at night, in my opinion, probably we wouldn't have the same outcome, and it is important.
and I agree with you. All I'm asking for is it's past 10 o'clock, so I need permission to continue the meeting. We still got a couple more items.
I'm fine with that as long as.
Yeah, no, I agree what you're pointing out, because what you're saying really is very interesting. And I think we need to approach this in a more aggressive manner. If that means you need help with traps or whatever it is, that we can turn this around. And we should keep all partners, by the way. And I think Mr. Burns is absolutely correct. It's not just one. We keep going, but we really make that effort. So definitely would like to have more conversations. You mentioned proposal, and then the chief and the city manager can get that out to the council members, and we can start talking about it and have a bigger discussion, because I'm sensing there's much more to this conversation than just the talk of a mobile facility, more of a full plan to really go after what we're trying to do. And I can't say thank you enough to you for offering the services, and to all those that are involved in trapping and giving the love to all the. I'm a cat fan. I fell in love at 16 with my first cat, and it was love at first sight.
Yeah.
But I think we need to have this deep conversation and get that plan together with the chief and all of us here. And I'm excited to hear you and everything. And I know others here that are helping. It's exciting news. So I don't think we can, as Mr. Burns said, make that a decision tonight, but I think we should try to schedule something up so we could spend some serious time getting together a strategy that can really change our community. Because I can say early on, this conversation several years back started because there were so many ferals being put down. And when we found out the numbers, we clearly, nobody wanted to do it.
Yes.
But there wasn't a lot of choices at the time.
Yes.
And that's when the effort was, let's find a better way to do it. And it's changed. And it's changed because all of you that are been participating in making this thing work. So I think we could probably look at setting aside more time to have a more in-depth conversation strategy session. Mr. City Manager looks like he wants to say.
Well, do you, I guess we're looking for direction. Do you want us to work on setting up a day for a workshop?
I would like that. I think it's important. So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much again. And Chief, does that work for you?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. All right, let's move now to item G4.
Hello again. I'm here in regards to the proposed report that was submitted to you all regarding night kennels operations and the move to cease operations for the night kennels to the public.
Can you expand and maybe explain why, so those in the public?
Yeah, so recently we've
understanding.
had a huge influx of abandonment cases and where ACOs have actually gone to investigate and find that a lot of these animals being left in our night kennels are from different counties. We're talking Santa Clara, Turlock, Morgan Hill, Gilroy. We're enlisting the help of all these other resources and agencies to make contact when we identify the person. And the basic excuse is I can no longer care for the animal. I'm omitting my responsibility to the animal. And regardless of where they're from, through word of mouth, they're coming here and making it our problem for the animals that they no longer want. Another thing we're seeing is sick and injured animals, despite multiple signage regarding the usage of the night kennels being left to suffer throughout the night, which is something we as an agency are tasked with preventing. So I don't really feel that the night kennels are conducive to our overall mission of ensuring welfare for the animals in our city.
Sure, go ahead.
Are you finding this trend in other places that the kennel system is kind of like being abused in a sense? And then people are going to other counties that are like kind of, I guess, like word of mouth. They're letting them know that you can drop off your animal here. It seems strange that you're getting animals all the way from Turlock.
So I've done some research and reaching out to other counties. I'm part of a huge group of animal services employees throughout California, Northern California. I've talked to Roan Art Park, Palo Alto, San Martin, and a whole bunch of array of different agencies. They don't offer night kennel services. Some of them never have, and some of them have ceased operations as of 20 years ago. And it's in regards to these issues that are coming into place. People are dumping litters of puppies, kittens, I mean, in the most egregious ways, and a nucleated or a prolapse eye puppy that was left to suffer throughout the night. It's not a trend they're seeing because they don't have the issue of having the night kennels. They do have night kennels, but it's specifically for police officers after hours where we can vet what's coming in and we can, ascertain as to where they're coming from.
Go ahead, Chief.
I just like to add to that if we started this, they fixed up the nice night kennels. They did a great job doing that, and then they started realizing that we're becoming the dumping ground for the surrounding counties. And if we close these night kennels, which is our recommendation, it's not that we're not going to be out there at night. If there's an injured animal, we have ACOs that come out on call. And they would be called out by the police department whenever there's a need for an animal after hours. So the night kennels will still be there, like she said, for police officers. So when we encounter an animal and there's no need for them to come out, we can place that animal in there safely. But we'll make sure that if the animal is injured or if there's anything wrong with it, we'll reach out to them first and they can come out. So it's not the lack of not providing services for our community is that we're going to stop this dumping that's happening from other places. Other residents are coming here and dropping off their animals. And she mentioned all these other locations. Well, the cameras allowed them to see the license plates and identify the people and realize some of these animals were aggressive, but not aggressive to the person who dropped it off. So that's a clue that it's the owner. And what we found is people were parking their cars down the street and dropping off the animals without leaving any documentation because they knew the cameras were there. So moving forward, if we eliminate this part of our services, it allows us to not have to spend the money on injured animals and from other communities and focus on ours here in Hollister in San Benito County.
Wow. And how it's disturbing that people would but on the other side, I guess they do love their pets enough that they want to make sure it's in a safe place. What kind of numbers are we talking about here? This is happening.
I don't believe I have those numbers readily available for you. I can have them prepared for the next meeting. Those graphs I put together are just to kind of give you a vision of how many we receive each year and their outcomes. So we're seeing more positive outcomes from strays that come in over the counter. We're able to generate all the information we need. For the most part, we can look back in our records and see, hey, this animal's either been here before, we know the owner, or getting them adopted because they're coming in over the counter, and we're able to get more of a sense of the animal as opposed to being left in the night kennels with no information. The types of animals we're seeing have behavioral issues for the most part, and they're not having as much as successful outcomes as regular strays and that's why I personally believe they're dumping their responsibilities, because something with the upbringing and they're not able to feasibly handle it anymore.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
Sure. So if we do close the night kennel, where would the animals go? Like, are they going to be abandoned somewhere else?
Are you talking about just in general being abandoned somewhere else?
Yeah, so if we don't have the night kennel, what? I mean, they're going to be taken somewhere, right?
Well, that's what they're doing here. All the other counties are bringing them here for that reason. I mean, we've extended our business hours to operate a little earlier in the morning, where we're not going to turn a stray animal away. We will still take it in during our regular business hours. Or as Chief Reynoso said, if a police officer is available, the animal is not in immediate danger or distress, it'll be used for an employee instead of the public placing it in. Because despite all the signage we put, we're not getting compliance with what we've laid out, which is a process that has been successful for us in ascertaining where they're coming from and potentially being able to reunite them with their owner.
So you mentioned that the animals that are being dropped off at the night center are usually animals that have behavioral issues, that potentially are aggressive. So these are animals that are unwanted. Would they normally be accepted through your normal hours if they had these type of issues?
We have protocols in place for owner surrenders. If you no longer wish to, you just need to do the proper thing. You have to sign a release waiver just stating that you're bringing it into our care. It's no longer your property. So there are procedures that allow us to take in those animals regardless.
So I'm just wondering why the motivation, because San Benito County is not close, especially, I mean, like people are like, they report that they feel trapped here. So going in and out, driving to just bring an animal over, what is the motivation for doing that? Do you know?
A lot of the larger shelters, what I've seen since the pandemic is ceasing intakes of animals when they get to capacity. And I feel like that's a huge motivator in them coming over here, or the appointments to surrender your animal are so far out. They don't feel that they have anywhere else to turn besides the night kennels. And every time we go out and ask when our officers are investigating these issues, that's one of the main things. Oh, I know somebody that lives here. My cousin told me about the night kennels. It's all through word of mouth. If you Google it, it'll say that we have night kennels available as well.
Do you see any reason? Because my first instinct would be to say no, but listening, are there any downsides? Whether unanticipated that from closing down the night kennels? I know that's your recommendation, but do you see any?
In speaking with Ronart Park, which is the only facility that I could find that had night kennels to begin with that were available to the public, was the potential to dump animals in front of the shelter, which they were held accountable for after investigation. That could potentially be an issue, but it'll always be, we still have it happen. People are dumping crates of kittens and whatever else on the side of our facility where our old night kennels used to be. It'll always be an issue.
And if I can add, if there is an animal that someone finds at night and it needs assistance, we're going to call animal control, whoever's on call. If it's just a lost animal and they can't keep it till the next day, which many times they they offer to do that. But if they can't keep it, our officers can take the animal. We'll have a key and we'll be able to put it into the night kennel and advise staff that there's an animal there. As long as it's not injured, it's not going to be suffering. We'll make sure it has food and water.
Mr. Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just looking at this graph, it says filled and then night. And then OTC, I'm assuming is over the counter, and then disposal left in NK, I'm assuming that's night kennel. So the night numbers are pretty high. What is that? So that's just like incidences at night when police officers are getting called or animal control officers are getting called, or
That is purely the public leaving animals in the night kennels.
in the night kennel? Because what is disposal left in night kennel? Those numbers are very low.
They're leaving deceased animals in the night kennels.
Oh, okay. My other question is, do we take out of county animals OTC?
No,
Got
we
it.
don't.
Thank you. Wow.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Nadine Reichstadt.
And thank you for staying with us through the evening.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Nadine Reichstadt. I'm also a veterinarian. I'm not licensed here yet, but I'd like to add a little bit and maybe explain why owners tend to drop the animals at night. I think no one does it lightly. So it's hard for people. It's way easier to just put them into a kennel instead of going to someone and say, I can't afford it. I can't deal with it, whatever the reason is. That doesn't mean it's right to do so. So I think if you own an animal, you are responsible for it. If you can't keep it, you have to say so. And you have to legally give it away so that it can be rehomed. I think it's a good idea to close it. I understand it. We had the same. There will always be dropped animals anywhere. I think that it would be good to get a better relationship between animal control and the public, because what they think is still like, no, we can't call animal control. They will just put them down. And I'm running into an issue right now because I have 2 neighbors who feed cats, and I figured out we have way too many in our neighborhood. And it's so hard. I mean, I called so many different rescue operations. Everyone says something, nothing's going to happen. So right now they're multiplying right this moment. And I have 2-week-old kittens that I took in from the neighbor because I thought if I at least try to get them tamed and not to be feral cats, but now I need to rehome them and I have other things to do. So it's really hard. And I think we need a solution for that.
I know some people we can introduce you to.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to
We,
her.
we, we need to have a plan all around. So
Thank you.
again.
Melissa Casillas.
Good evening again. I'm sorry, I will make this brief, 3 minutes or less. I just wanted to point out that last year, well, every year, all the time, we see dumped animals, we see abused animals, animals used for dog bait with dog fighters. It's really depressing, the things that happen frequently. I am a little bit concerned. In July, there was a litter of kittens being given away in front of Safeway in Hollister by a Hollister resident. They were intercepted by a community member. They were healthy, teenage, 3-month-old kittens, no issues whatsoever that I was aware of. And that person decided to hold them for a week to see if she could adopt them out herself. And then she decided to take them to the shelter to surrender them. And she was told, and this was on July 25th, she was told by shelter staff that they were not intaking until November. And I can have this person write a statement if you would like. Another thing to point out is that the kennels were closed for remodeling in March of 2021. They were not reopened until November of 2021. And a situation happened June 26th of 2021, right in between those 2 dates when the kennels were closed. There was a woman on Union Road, a Hollister resident, that took it upon herself to toss 3 little kittens out of her moving vehicle in the early morning hours on a Saturday, I believe it was a Saturday morning. A nurse on her way to Hazel Hawkins witnessed it, got the license plate, called it in. This woman was prosecuted. She was convicted of a felony. Again, I don't know that there's a direct correlation with the night kennels being closed. However, it is a little bit coincidental. I would really like the service to continue without any type of shame or any like what was mentioned earlier. But I just feel like sometimes people have various reasons for not being able to care for their animals, you know, and I don't know about, I can't imagine somebody driving all the way from Turlock, especially with gas at almost $5 a gallon, to surrender, drop their animals. But again, I think that we need to continue to increase services and not decrease them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Barcelos on Zoom.
Hi, Kevin Barcelos. Calling now as one of the co-admins of the Hollister Animal Lost and Found group on Facebook. I just want to, you know, I read the report in the agenda packet, and I was quite alarmed by, you know, a statement in the in the report that said, and I'm just going to quote from the report saying, Hollister Police Animal Care and Services is recommending ceasing operations of the night kennel services to the public. Citizens that find a stray animal after hours are encouraged to hold on to the animal until the following business day and post on social media sites in an additional attempt to locate an owner. And that is seems to be in some contradiction to Chief Reynoso's statement that members of the public will be able to call the police and have an officer collect the animal and or maybe meet a member of the public at the shelter and get that animal secured. So I'd like some clarification on that, number one. Number two, I'll point out that you know, while other counties, you know, counties like Santa Cruz and Santa Clara and many of the municipal you know, shelters don't have night kennels, they also have much you know, much greater access to the public in terms of operating hours. So our shelters only open from 10 to 5 during the week, one weekend, you know, one Saturday per month. You know, and a member of the public that finds a stray on a Friday night, the next business day is Monday. That's 3 nights that you're asking a member of the public to hold on to that animal, where all sorts of things can happen. The animal can get away from that person who's trying to hold them. The animal could have a bad interaction with one of the finders' other animals, or God forbid, has an incident with a person in that household. It's really a lot to put on the public, you know, given the kind of the lack of extended operating hours for the shelter. And the final thing is, you know, at the end of the day, to the extent that the actual Hollister residents are using the service in the way it's intended, and it's that service is not available, though, that the burden is not going to fall, you know, on anybody else but the volunteers that are already kind of working themselves to the bone to try to fill in the gaps of the services that frankly aren't really delivering today. And so I would ask ask the council's attention to the fact that there is kind of a downstream impact to closing these services and trying to minimize those impacts.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I did say in situations where it's needed that they can call the police. Obviously, just finding an animal that's healthy, otherwise it's not an emergency. And it would be nice for the residents, if they can, is to keep it until the next business day. I know Kevin posts all the time that he's willing to go out there, and he does that all the time. And what they do, these volunteers, it's amazing work. that they do. They really care about the animals. But we're talking about animals that are being dumped in our night kennel, and we're facilitating those animals being brought from other counties. And I think that the proper thing to do is what's been shown by all the other shelters is that none of them have this. It makes it easy for the people to come and dump their animals. And comparing it to the lady, which I would say she's a monster that threw that kitten out of her car because there's no night kennel. I think there's no connection there. If somebody's willing to do that, I don't think they would bother with finding out whether there was a night kennel or not. It's just a monster that would do that. And yes, they are coming from Turlock because that was one of the cases that we had. They're coming from Santa Cruz. They're coming from Santa Clara County. We have cases from Monterey County. We're saying that because those are the cases we have against them. They are bringing those animals. And that's not counting all the other animals that have been dropped off that we haven't been able to find who dropped them off. So moving forward, I think that this will allow our staff to concentrate on our animals instead of making it easy for other people from other communities bringing their unwanted animals here.
Real quick, Mayor. And then Chief, you also presented to council how the additional hours, you were not getting any attendance from anybody during those extended hours?
Yes, that's correct. We presented earlier this year how we stayed open all those hours, and it was costing us all that much money on overtime, and the very few people coming in on Saturdays and on the extended hours on Wednesdays. So we're trying to stay open, but if you're open, nobody's coming in. It's just a waste of resources at that point. And our staff does on a case by case basis stay after if someone can't make it under those hours. They have been several times where they've waited for the person to show up and make an appointment for them, and they're willing to do that moving forward.
Mr. Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So at this point, it's just a report and you're looking for direction. That's correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I don't know if I could support this. I'll be quite honest. I do have a lot of questions, but I'm definitely in support of bringing it back to further the conversation at a later time. Thank you.
Any other comments from council members?
Mayor, I'd just like to go on record and support the recommendation to close the shelters based on the presentation tonight. Knowing that if we find that it's not a good move, we can always go back, although I would suggest that it would, maybe take a look at it again in 6 months to a year to really see what the numbers reflect at that time. But clearly, I mean, the PD, the Animal Control Division, has been more than open-minded in trying to work as the chief and the city managers mentioned. I mean, this council asked that they open for extended hours and it, they made a good faith effort, but it didn't happen. And so I'm supportive of the request. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. What does that mean?
No, I'm not supportive of the recommendation.
You're not supportive. I think this is a much bigger conversation. I want more information also before we can just completely shut it down. I'm looking forward to this sit down. I think we have a lot of issues here, and I think I'm seeing a lot of good partners willing to work together to make these things happen. And I think we need to schedule this other meeting as soon as possible and really hear and get more input from some of the volunteers and other groups out there that are willing to help, and professional information we're getting from our own staff to kind of put facts together and how do we use the volunteers, how do we help them help us, traps or anything else. We need to make a more aggressive effort to help with the adoptions, help trapping to get the ferals, and making sure people know that we're here for them if they want to surrender their pets, so we're not having these late night issues happening. So I think there's an overhaul that probably needs to have, and I don't mean that in a negative way, I mean in a positive way, overhaul that we can take care of these animals and do something much more positive. So again, I want to thank all of you. Tonight, there's not a consensus to move forward with the recommendation, but as soon as we can get the other meeting set up, we can have more in-depth conversation on it. All right, sir.
Sounds good.
And then thank you all for being here and staying so late with us. Item G5 has been taken care of. H1,
Yeah, each one is the council's list and well, we've got the request for adding the timeline on it and the assistant city manager and myself will work on that
Okay.
addition.
Thank you. IJK, no business. Is there a motion to adjourn? Don't
So
hesitate.
moved.
Unless you want to have that meeting right now. There's a motion and a second, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you all for staying with us tonight.